Hi Farida, good morning.
Hi Pooja, how are you?
Yeah, doing good.
How are your classes going on?
Sorry?
How do you find the classes? Interesting?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Morning, Niranjan.
Good
Hello,
morning.
Surya. Good morning. Okay. All right. We are at the start of the hour. So once again, good morning to everyone. Welcome to week. I think this is end of second week. It's interesting how time flies. Um, Already the second Saturday that we're doing this class. So what did you have for breakfast today? Or if you did not have breakfast, what is your favorite breakfast? Anything you can answer.
I had idli.
Okay, you don't sound very excited about idli. Is it because you don't like it?
As usual, it's nothing exciting. But then I love puri and chana.
Ah,
Yeah.
about the others, what's your favorite breakfast?
Egg dosai.
Okay. And did you have dosa for breakfast? No.
No, nothing. Just now I got up and I just switched on my laptop and sitting in front of the laptop to attend my class.
Wow. Is that motivation to attend the class?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. Any other favorite items of breakfast? Let's hear
This is
from the
James.
north. What do you eat? Yeah, James.
Morning, sir. Sorry, I will switch on the video in another 10 to 15 minutes. Not an issue. Yeah, my favorite breakfast is idli. Whatever. Avoid the oily foods in the morning breakfast.
Whatever were you saying? Whatever happens, it's idli.
Idli, steamed items. Only steamed items I used to take as a
Steamed
breakfast.
items. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. Sheena, what's your favorite breakfast?
I'm a vegetarian, so I always used to prefer some morning. I used to have a salad, something like that, and today I had salad and ragi dosa.
Ah, interesting. Rama, what's on your plate?
Only 2 eggs, boiled eggs.
Is that compulsion or is that preference?
No, normally I ate some ragi,
Okay.
boiled ragi, and 2 eggs. Today, 2 eggs with milk. That was my breakfast.
But is that favorite?
Huh?
Is that
No,
your favorite?
I prefer using. Yeah,
You
that's
prefer. Okay. Okay, good, good. Who else wants to share? Farida, you never speak, so you have to tell us today. What's your favorite breakfast?
Anything which I don't have to cook.
I like the honesty.
I just check the whole of the menu on Zomato, on Swiggy, and then I think, shit, for this I have to pay so much. Then I go back to the kitchen and make it myself.
I think that's a very unique way of self-motivation. That you look at the prices and say, okay, this is far too
Yeah,
expensive.
for breakfast, why would I pay so much? At least for lunch and dinner, it's worth.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Deepthi says poha, sprouts, and breakfast for today. Is that your favorite too, Deepthi, or is it just something you had to have today? Okay, while she responds. Okay, because it's healthy. All right. Okay. So we will say you like it because it's healthy. So much like our topic today, leadership. One, there is too much variety in leadership. And you remember we saw the evolution of leadership the other day. Over the last 100 years, there have been at least 10 definitions of leadership. And by the time we reach the 21st century, we are saying, let's just agree there is no common definition. So now, if there is one thing that is common between all of us is that we are all humans. But, you know, when you look at your favorite, what you like to eat at the same time, more or less around the same time every morning, and all of your mornings are the same, so many different things. And then if you were to go, you know, into the item that you like to eat, it is one thing. If I were to now ask you, and I'm not planning to ask you, but if you were to think about why you like a particular item too much, you know, like someone said, it's because of health. I mean, the particular item is very healthy. I'm sure you will have equally unique reasons to explain why you like these items. And if two of you like the same item, then absolutely possible that your reasoning for that will be even more different. So the point I'm really trying to make is that's really what most of today's conversation is going to be about. And, you know, we will really explore I mean, when we say leadership, maybe we will conclude that, okay, we all agree on one definition. Maybe we will just be at the same space that many students and faculties have been before, that there is really no common definition of leadership as we can see. But I don't know, we will explore, we will know by mid-afternoon or mid-morning or late afternoon where our position stands. Okay, so I think some of you said they just got up, opened the laptop, attending the class. Some of you maybe got up very early. Either way, I hope all of you are energetic and you are looking forward to the class today. But yes, if you are not, then a glass of water, a cup of coffee or tea or green tea, you know, for those of you who are into health and fitness, that works. So please go and get that because you're going to need it for today's class. We ended last class with little homework. I wanted you to give me some of your motivation definitions. So have you been able to think about what motivates you and which theory it aligns to most? And if those of you have done it, can you maybe just share it?
So in the last class, you have given a homework like I feel motivated, and that uh, you know uh, that motivation is assigned to which theory, like aligned to which theory is what you have asked. So just a while ago, I have prepared for this. I'm so sorry for that. So I feel motivated. Just wanted to let you know, I feel motivated when it is something related to my work. I was very I was just joined this organization 6 months before, and when I was joining this organization, I was joined as an assistant manager for an operations. But as soon as I joined, there was a requirement in sales, and I was moved to sales without any prior experience on sales. And but then I didn't get any knowledge transfer, or I didn't get any proper download from the previous employee who left the organization. She just left because of some medical reasons. But then all the learnings are, of my own. So whatever I have learned in operations and in training, I have, because I'm data driven person. So I used to, structure myself. But coming to sales, is totally different department. Um, so I was getting into a call with the clients every day, because client was supported me to an extent to structure me what is the requirement as a sales champion, what is the requirement and all, and from the manager also. So as soon as I'm started learning things slowly, um there was in one certain point, I feel that I think this department is not suits me. This is not my cup of tea. I got little demotivated of myself, but then my managers and also my clients, they help me a lot to to work on many aspects. And then what happened, I never see day and night because it's something new department for me. So I started explore many things, and I was guided even more, and I started working on the weekends, and because I'm doing night shift. Um, and I've learned slowly. And what is the achievement finally I got after all the uh, of the all the hard work that I have put? Like last quarter, we have achieved more than expected. If I see April, May, June, so it's not 100 percentage of unit attainment. We have achieved 109 percentage. So one of the agent and a couple of team, a couple of agents approached me and told me that Sheena, I was seeing you for the past 3 months, and last the day that you have taken, because uh, usually managers appreciate and again they will depreciate, and then things go up and down. But then there are a set of agents used to see me how I'm working, and then they came forward and told me that I was seeing you from the day when you are not even into the part of sales, but then you have learned and you have guided us. It is something a very bigger achievement you did, and we have learned a lot, and we were keeping, by seeing you we got motivated. And that kind of, the people who are working under me, and if they come approach me and saying that this is something that I have learned from you, this is something that I'm seeing you have changed a lot. This is something that I have, I've implemented on my work. So Sheena, I just wanted, because though you do not have any sales experience, but still I'm seeing you how you work. So it's not an appreciation from the managers. Yes, of course, I got an appreciation from the clients. So earlier, the clients used to, pick the company name, saying that product. Now, the client used to say Sheena and product. So in the last QBR, I got a standing ovation, because standing appreciation and all by the clients of achieving not only 100 percentage, more than that, and it keep continue, and still they have, and I got a quarterly award and on all these things. So my downline people who are working with closely with me, they used to see me how I'm working, and I guided them. I used to sit and learn all these things, and they are noticing me. Even on the weekends, I used to come on the teams and sharing the feedback. And from there, when the downline come and approach me saying that this is something that I have learned, that is actually a motivation for me. So I want to think more, like, okay fine, this is not, I'm not going to stop only with this. So even more I have to do for them. It's not only with 100, not only with 115, what is the best that we can give to increase the same target, a sale number. So that is also, that is something that I just wanted to share here. So this.
You went on mute, Sheena.
So this one I would like to match with verbal persuasion. So this something match, this motivation matches with that particular theory for me.
Very good. Good. Thanks a lot for sharing that. Who's going next?
Yeah, Niranjan, I'll come.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I just, compare myself with the expectancy theory. Yeah. That comes with the effort, performance, reward, and personal growth. So I find it many times this works for me, especially when I get motivated. If I put a lot of effort and get into the planning detail and looking after the whole performance of myself, so that gives me a lot of outcome satisfaction at the end. The result also, in a very positive kind of a way. So I could recently I can tell you that we had one event in Mumbai. Always there's some kind of mishaps happen in, especially in the hospitality department, receiving people and taking it, because the huge delegations come, like around 300, 400 people come from different part of the country, and also from within the various part of our country. So bringing them and taking, receiving them from the hotel and taking them to the, airport to hotel and then to the venue, there need a lot of, in the sense means, you have to really careful on them. If something happens in the airport itself, the entire planning fails. If somebody raises that, somebody went to receive and then nobody there, or while coming up, there is some problem in the vehicle, so going to the hotel, the room is not proper, such kind of things, they are all high dignitaries and celebrities. So it happens many times. So what I did is that this time I put a lot of effort making different teams, especially escort for every. This is a new method I tried, like a marriage wedding. We putting each delegate as one dignitary, one liaison officer escort, and also the proper management at different hotels. There also our people have been deployed, and the vehicle has been earmarked. Every individual that has been tied up with the liaison officer and the team. So there will be coordination. Every checkpoint there will be people to ensure that, and also there is a war room also we have created within the office. Make sure that all this communication has been made by the team. So it's like proper coordination. I have meticulously taken and my own involvement. So seeing that every people have been properly taken care, and also we have made several WhatsApp group, so all steps have been made. So at the end of the day, the event went really well. Then there is no mishap happened. Compared to previous experience, I had to face a lot of difficulties such kind of event. So that I felt that at the end of the day, it was been very satisfaction. Emotionally, I was very positive, and it has more intrinsic kind of feel. And also, I got a recognition also from the people saying that, the top ministries coming and saying that this was well coordinated, organized, and everything. So that's a reward. I said that such satisfaction what we have been gaining out of this at the end of the day. That's the best day, you can call it. That's a motivation for me. So that way, I think that this theory, expectancy theory, is a model I think I prefer to implement in my future on my work, other than what we have been talking about, the hierarchy theory, needs and everything. So when we come to motivation as a self, this is the recent event I can compare. You are mute.
Sorry. Who's going next? Thanks, Rama, for sharing. I was asking who's going next.
When you asked us to write down what makes us feel motivated, right? When? So I came up with 3 statements. I feel motivated when I like the work that I do. I am valued for my performance and my presence over there. I have access to support and help when something is challenging, right? To put it in short, and the work is challenging, I feel like it is motivating for me because it makes me push my boundaries, learn more, relearn, and at the end of it, when I reflect back on my performance, which I've been doing it for a longer time, so the performance in the beginning and now, when I see a marked difference in my performance, that makes me feel satisfied, and that makes me feel, or that gives me more clarity about the goal that I'm reaching towards, which also pushes me because I'm going the right direction. So I would say cognitive evaluation. And I would also say that self-efficacy, because when I reflected for a longer period of time how I've been doing before and now, and the work that I do and the changes and how I improved, in active mastery, maybe. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Which was the first theory you quoted?
Cognitive evaluation.
Okay. Okay, good. That's, I think, like we've already looked at 3 or 4 different theories in what we've heard so far. But this is very interesting, and especially because it is very personal to you, it makes it all the more real than just like looking at a theory. Who else? Others, why don't you switch on your cameras today? It's Saturday. Helps to establish a connect. So
Niranjan, I go next.
yes, please.
So I feel motivated, okay, when my manager give me an opportunity that you will be the spoke for Women Connect programs as well as, and you will be the DEI spoke for this manufacturing sites. So I feel so motivated, which means I have that passion to do. We need to do something for the women centric, that we need to have the community for women and we need to have all those things. And so this was given me, and I like to do that. So it was an intrinsic thing. The outcome of that, what I have done is, so for this women, so when we are concentrating on women, the safety is more important. So for safety, what I have done is, I had a session for the leadership team for the POSH and importance of the diversity. So yesterday I had a session. So with all those, not yesterday, Thursday, I had a session with almost all people managers and the graded managers. An external member came in and she had a good session for both psychological and legal perspective, why diversity, why POSH is important for the organization. So when my boss has given me a motivation, I feel motivated when he has given that. And the outcome of that, so the extrinsic, so all were got sensitized on this, got the awareness of this. So I feel so, what I can say, I feel so happy that that I have done something which they have been given this opportunity, and the outcome is like I have a lot more things to do on this perspective the coming days. So I can this cognitive evaluation theory.
Yeah, so that's great. Thank you for sharing. In fact, what you mentioned in passing that possibly there is an extrinsic motivation, but I think you will actually connect it back to something intrinsic for you, which is what you felt good about is the fact that you were able to educate, let's say, women on their rights within the organization, because somewhere you value the intrinsic aspect of having knowledge about one's rights.
Yes.
So, even though the outcome was that, okay, maybe 100 people got educated, it still comes to where you value the fact that knowledge is important.
Exactly.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks for sharing. Okay, this is good. Anyone else?
But
Yes, Dipti.
you have to tell me, what theory will it relate to a little bit.
Dipti, your voice is a bit sketchy. Is it just me or is it others?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
very.
better?
It's a bit feeble, but it's okay. I mean, go ahead, try.
Is it okay now?
Yes, much better.
So I think what motivates me is my ability to contribute. Okay, my willingness to contribute. So when I look into expectancy theory, it does not match, because it's not that if you do not reward me, there is no change in my performance. I continue to perform the way it is, because I know wherever I can contribute, I will just go ahead and contribute knowledge-wise, guidance-wise, consultancy-wise, emotionally supporting to people in CSR groups. So I think that willingness to contribute is the motivating factor. So externally, whether so I may be around people, extremely demotivated people. Okay, I can feel the energy around that. Okay, this energy is trying to pull me down, but then I will feel that, oh my God, I have to really pull up my energy so that I am able to pull them up also. So I will try to see it, how do I contribute to help them, in whatever they are going through in their lives and whatever they have whatever have brought them to this situation.
Okay.
So I think that is what, I mean, I gave a very deep thought, okay, and I was trying to go through some of these theories. To some level, it was matching, to some it was not matching, because it's not that, so I like to learn continuously also, but it's not that if I don't learn, I will stop contributing. I will still meditate and heal people. And and at times I might not even tell somebody that, okay, I'm like, trying to heal you, or you may have just
Sure.
come to me and shared with me, the difficult things that you're going through. But if I feel I have some gift, then I just have to, contribute back and give it back to the best way possible. So I think
So
that's what,
yeah, you said at the beginning that you're not sure which theory this aligns to.
I
So
don't know,
maybe I
maybe
will ask the
cognitive-
class. Sorry, Deepti.
I don't know. I mean, yes. So maybe
Okay.
cognitive education.
No,
Maybe
that's
I
fine.
to ask everybody.
We'll take the help from the class to identify the theory align, but before the class helps you to align to the theory, just to take a level deeper. When you said you are motivated and by the ability to contribute,
By the willingness to contribute. I think that would be more.
yeah, the willingness to contribute or the actual act of contribution. What are the feelings associated with it? If you share those feelings, I think the class will help you align with the theory.
Joy. Pure joy.
But the joy of what? The joy of that you've been able to help someone, or the fact that you feel you are competent to help someone.
Contributing, just contributing in whatever way I can. I may not need some specific degrees to contribute, but I feel every person has been gifted with some ability to, contribute in the society, in the family, for their own lives. So, it's up to us to recognize what exactly and how we can, and then we can just go about it.
Okay. So anybody wants to take a shot at which theory of motivation is Deepti most aligned to?
I think it's cognitive evaluation because I feel somewhere she likes what she's doing. So it's not dependent on the outcome. She feels happy about it as well. So somewhere I like doing it, so we can say it as an interest. Yeah. So I think it's cognitive evaluation is what I'm thinking. And somewhere she also believes that she can do it no matter what. So I also feel like it could also be self-efficacy because she believes in herself and capabilities. So I'm thinking these two.
Any diverging thoughts on that, or?
I have an input on this. So I have not always been in situations where I'm liking what I'm doing. Okay, I have been into situations where I'm disliking probably every moment what I'm going through, or I've been put into. So then I realigned myself to challenge myself to see that how do I not create aversion? I create acceptance and I create the patience in this situation, and traverse the path, and also not lose my mind and see that if I'm not liking this situation, accepting, contributing this, even I would have performed in those situations also. I would have come out like a high flyer. Somebody like you, if you have given me some, you are the one if you put me into that situation, it might give you an idea that I'm liking what I'm doing because I'm still planning it out well. But only I would know internally that I'm not liking this. I'm giving my best, but I know internally that I make me out of the situation in a nicer way or as soon as I can.
I think this will fall under the expectancy sometime, as both positive and negative feeling also. No? Sometimes you feel more intrinsically, satisfied. Sometimes you are less intrinsically for extrinsic factors. Maybe it could, it can be treated in this way also.
All right.
Managed.
Okay, good. Any last one before we close motivation? Anyone else wants to share?
So, Niranjan, what will be the theory I will be most aligned with?
Well, I was about to say this, that it does appear there is something to do with the intrinsic motivation, more closely aligned to cognitive evaluation. But at the same time, based on your deep focus on just your ability and willingness to contribute, it is possible that it may, it may contain components of you having mastered certain things over a period of time. So you feel the need to go forward and be able to help others because you feel that I know something. So if I know something, it just seems appropriate that somebody else also takes the advantage of what I know. So maybe that's where the willingness to contribute, cooperate comes. But definitely, intuitively, it's the cognitive evaluation that comes into my mind at least. But again, what I do want to, and I've been making notes as you speak, right? We started with I think being motivated due to work, being motivated due to data-driven decisions. When people tell me that they have learned from me, I feel motivated. Uh, Someone said planning. The whole aspect of going through planning motivates. When you're valued a lot at work, when you like the work itself, liking something for the sake of it, that seems to motivate you. When one of you was nominated the DAI champion, were part of the POSH committee. So again, intrinsic, but the whole ability to be able to uh, make sure that other people's lives are also being affected and the ability to contribute. So what I would recommend you do thereafter, right? And every time you think about why you have been motivated by something in your life, so everything that you've shared today and everyone who so far has shared is absolutely right. This is how you feel intuitively about why you feel motivated. Now, do an exercise of reflection sometime when you have more time at hand, when you're just sitting by yourself and have time to think. Maybe you're just sitting alone and have some time to think on the way to work. You're sitting in an auto or a cab or whatever. Go a level deeper. So, for instance, I'll just take one example, right? So, for example, when you speak about data-based decisions, so when you say that I'm motivated by data-driven aspects, try and use maybe the 5 why process and ask yourselves why. Why does data motivate you, right? Data motivates you, understood, but why? Maybe for clarity, okay? Clarity. So it's not, I mean, data is there, but what about the data motivates you most is the clarity data brings to you, correct? Now, why clarity? Because maybe clarity of a particular topic makes you feel more confident. So what motivates you at the second level of depth is being confident about what you would like to do. Ask yourself one more why and say, why is it that confidence, matters more to me? Maybe because it makes you feel secure and it makes you feel tall in a, room when you are with other people, it makes you feel that way. So go through at least at least 5 whys at a minimum, and more if you would like to really come to the exact root of what motivates you. What you may see on the surface is data driven, and that's fine. That's perfectly okay. But when you go deeper down, you might come across a completely new aspect, which will be a little more generic and which will therefore allow you to focus on it. So, when you go through 5 whys and if your answer is that clarity, clarity in situations is what motivates me. So yeah, data driven definitely motivates me, but the real reason is clarity in, situations motivates me. Then how that will help you is when you plan your careers, when you plan your day, like even a normal day, or when you plan things that you want to do for the team, or you do your own self planning for your goals, whatever it is, what you will start then doing is you will start focusing on making clarity to be a fundamental aspect of everything, right? So, and then you will start finding those jobs, those situations a lot more enriching. So if you're writing a goal for yourself, you will make sure that you write it, making it absolutely clear. Similarly, when you're writing a goal for your team members, you will make sure that it is clear, not ambiguous, very, very, straight to the point, right? So when you start discovering motivation for yourself, and this is just one example I took, the data driven, but take even the example of planning. Why does planning for something motivate me? Why? Maybe because it gives me a sense of control. Okay. Why is control important to me? Perhaps because when I have control over a certain thing, I can be assured of its completion. When I have complete control over something, then I know that this task will actually get completed, right? So you at least 5 whys is what you should ask in this self-reflection exercise, which will help you to come to the root cause of what motivates you, and it will make it a lot more easier for you to plan for, like if you're, let's say, planning things to do, and it will also help you avoid the things that will likely cause less motivation. That's also important. Getting involved in things that may cause. So for example, if the person here who likes planning enters a project which is confusion from the beginning, right? Enters a project where there is no org structure, there are no resources, everything is all over the place. Then you know that, okay, I need to either get this right before I sign up to a project like this, or I'm just going to stay away. Because if you're going to enter a project like this, it's going to cause you a lot of mental stress, right? So identify your motivation factor. I mean, everything that has been listed is your motivation factor, but use the 5 why approach to go a little deeper. It will help you to understand the root cause. And once you know the root cause of your motivation, then you will be able to do a lot of self-planning more efficiently, if not, equally. Definitely, it will help you to do better with respect to managing yourself. Okay, good. So I think we are good with like what we have done with motivation. Any questions before we move out and move into a equally important topic? Any questions on being motivated? All good? All right. Hey, Abhishek, hi. What did we have for breakfast? You're on mute.
I had kachori, so I had to
Ah.
quickly get something from outside and have, and that's why I told you that they're coming up on cam in 5 minutes.
So while you are not on camera, you are having kachori.
Yeah.
Interesting. We wouldn't mind seeing it. I mean, it's fine. No, I mean
You will then get motivated to have the same. So
no. So we started the conversation. I listed down what everyone likes eating for what they like eating for breakfast. And then because we missed having you at that time, I asked. So yeah, I was not putting you under the spot. It is only because, if we ever get to meet in person, maybe if it's a breakfast meeting, I know what to serve all of you.
So, Niranjan, what did you have for breakfast today?
So I don't know what is the equivalent name of it in, I mean, obviously English will not have a name, but it's made of jawar flour. We call it thali peet, which is it's like a roti made out of jawar flour with a lot of onion in it. So you have it with curd and pickle, and so it's like a Kannada Telugu recipe, I guess. But I have no idea what it is called in any other language. So unfortunately, I don't think any of you will relate to it. But yeah, that's what I had for breakfast.
So, and why did you have it? You like it, or is it your
Yeah, I
favorite?
like it. Yeah, I like it. Fortunately, today I was asked what I want to eat. So I said, this is what I would like to eat. So I get a little bit of importance now that I'm taking a class in the morning. So I'm asked, oh, what do you want to eat? So I said, okay, if I have a choice, this is what I'd like to eat.
It's really nice to know that. Thank you for sharing.
But otherwise, my favorite is actually poha. I think I can eat poha for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I love it. I also know how to cook it, and I just love that breakfast. For, of course, can't take away the fact that idli vada is also. I mean, I'm in Hyderabad, so of course I come from the southern part of the country. So idli vada, sambar, chutney, dosa, all of this is absolute likable stuff. But you always have that one little favorite extra point. So okay, good. Shachi, what did you have for breakfast? We missed you earlier.
Yeah, actually, I did not have my breakfast. I got late to wake up and and that's why my video is also not on. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, so I'll have my breakfast now after a while.
And then the video will be on.
I think, yeah.
Ah, okay. So you just didn't want us to see you in this very malnourished, hungry state right now. So you won't have breakfast.
Not very fresh is what. So yeah.
Just kidding, just kidding. But if you had a choice, what's your favorite breakfast?
Coffee has to be there.
Okay.
And I'm a Gujarati, so I like thepla.
Very
Thepla
good.
and thepla with anything, pickle, or if there's some,
Okay, interesting. Very
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, we will come to other people's breakfast also in due course. So Mahati, Parthiban, Pooja. No, Pooja shared. I think Mahati, Parthiban couldn't. And there is somebody called Read AI Meeting Notes. Is that a person or is it artificial intelligence?
Artificial
That's AI.
intelligence. It's
Ah,
coming
okay. Is
with
it?
meetings I see which are outside my domain. I mean, outside teams, whatever happens, it keeps coming. So the
Ah,
other day I asked my
interesting.
tech services team, they said, okay, no, it's good. No, nothing malicious. So,
Okay, good. All good. And then we have Guru. Guru, that's Guru there, or is that Note Taker app? I don't know which one is. Guru, is that you on this on in the class, or is that an app that you have, some note-taking app that you have started, right? Okay. All right. Must be artificial intelligence because it's not responding to me. So, I would now like you to take a seat, just relax on your seats and do a little bit of thinking. Okay. When you think of, I mean, we've spoken motivation, we've spoken personalities, we've spoken a lot about concepts of, org behavior. We have not really discussed, okay, organization, behavior, but eventually it's about people. So who are the people that we are really talking about? I mean, everything that we've shared, discussed so far in the last, I mean, this is our 6th class, has been about concepts related to maybe people. Now we are still going to be discussing a concept, but it directly pertains to an individual in the organization. who we popularly call as the leader. Now, all of you have, each one of you, and this is, I'm sure, without exception, all of you have worked with a leader or aspire to become one, or are already one, or will become one, right? Whichever way you look at it, the concept of leader is not alien to any one of us. So tell me, according to you, and again, not looking for a textbook definition, not looking at no scientific stuff here, but when you call somebody a leader, oh, what a leader. What is it that you are actually saying? Yeah, you're using the word leader to summarize your collective thinking around how you see or view that person. Fair enough. And then the collective word you use for all that bunch of behaviors is, oh, what a leader. But what is that? What is that if you have to break it down, if you have to decompose it a bit? What is it? Who is a leader?
One who shares the credits to the subordinates, the lower level people, and one who take the failures and move the team forward. And the first thing what I have think is that one. Then the guides the group of people in an exact manner.
Okay, keep it coming. I'm just going to keep writing it down. So just keep coming. Yeah.
Someone who can bring about a change. Whenever I've seen a person as a leader, it's someone who has a positive impact on the team or on the organization, bringing about a change, a positive change.
So I think a leader is a person like who actually motivates the team or a person in order to achieve a common goal or vision. Maybe he's a person who takes also the, I mean, he's responsible for taking all the um, failures and as well as a success, I think. And also he's a decision maker in the whole team. Like he guides or motivates the team in order to achieve a particular goal.
Niranjan, the leader, he'll be able to influence a group of people or a community to fulfill the purpose and meaning of their life and add some value, create some change as mentioned, create some changes and then guide them towards a goal, to the final purpose.
Okay.
So Niranjan, I work with the person. He's actually a site leader of one organization. Now he got a promotion in a year. So I saw his work style. He made the employees to work like hell on every means when it comes to working day. Of course, everybody will work. But then if there is any escalation comes on weekends, he never call his peers or he never call his downline to come and work on weekends, and he never called. He took that in charge. He always take that in charge, and then he go and work on the weekends to manage those escalations. So but then when it comes to working days, he's so he ensured that how to extract the work from the employees, and he also guides. But when it comes to weekends, he gives some space, because weekend something a space for us, the holidays something a space for us, if it leave something a space for us, personal space. So till the time I never see him making a call to his employees to work on his weekend, on their weekend, to support escalations. He always go ahead and he always went ahead and handle those calls and those escalations. So something that I found with him so unique. And also he if I go ahead and say, okay, fine, so Giri, shall I go and work? No, you take rest, or maybe like we will take care of this. I'll take care of this. This
So
always, I used to see from him.
if so, I think what you've said is the description, and that's brilliant. But if you had to look for one word to describe this, what would it be? I mean, one or two words. Like, how would you describe this trait in this person? Or
He's
anyone else can take a
accountable,
shot.
like yeah,
Accountable.
accountable,
Okay.
accountable.
Another word that comes to my mind is he seems very considerate.
Considerate. Okay.
Considerate of people, right? I mean, yeah, you don't disturb people on weekends. So you're just being considerate. But yeah, on a weekday, you're saying, I'm going to make you work, but on a weekend, I will do that job for you, but I will not. So maybe considerate also, I mean, comes to my mind. Okay, what else? Who else?
And Niranjan, this when we talk about the goal, it is a common goal. We always, work for mostly for a common purpose. When we talk about goal, he is not creating something for his own goal and then bringing other people. He works for others. So that's where the touch of emotions.
Okay, good. What else? We have something in the chat. Okay, so Abhishek, thanks you for sharing, those, but I'll probably just take those that have not been said so far. So that way, we have more variety. So I note down visionary thinking, adaptability. I think that's a great insight. Empathy, yes, definitely. Empathy is it's rare, but yes. And solution provider, absolutely. Okay. Empowering the team, yes. Boundaries for the person. Dipti, care to explain what you're trying to say here?
Oh, this example, I guess, that Sheena gave, right? This person would take everybody
Okay,
like
okay.
Monday to Friday, but Saturday, Sunday, you wouldn't disturb anybody.
Yes, yes,
you will
correct,
just
correct.
make clear boundaries. That, okay.
Yes, yes.
And if you ask me, I think somebody who's just able, if I ask him, if I have to answer this in my personal context, I think anybody who is able to lead me, and I think that is there, for all. So, like we were talking about that attribution theory, right? Like 70 attributes somebody figured out, and so I'm sure there will be different things that will, take different people. What are the 4 or 5 or 7 or 8 or 10 primary things that matter to them the most, or how, what relate to them the most. So when they are able to see that or get that from the other side, and they feel understood, right? That's how they would see the other person as leader. So that's my view. So like somebody said communication, or somebody felt the sense of boundaries was a big thing. So, if courage is something that matters to me, then if clarity is something that matters to me, so somebody who gives me that clarity, I will see him as a leader. Or somebody else, if diplomacy is what they really value, right? Then we would see somebody giving them diplomacy as a leader. But somebody who wants to see things as black and white, and I get like somebody with a lot of diplomacy all the time, never able to take a stand, and I will feel that, oh God, what the hell. So that's how we may see things differently, and hence it will differ from person to person. That's my view.
Okay, good, great. Just looking at the chat also. Okay. I think we've got a fairly good list of traits, attributes, behaviors, and all of these are very different things, but a combination of all of this is what I have listed down from all of you. Now I want you to think of something, and Now, let's make it a little more real. When I ask you for who is your favorite leader, or now I know there could be so many of them, but if you have to name one leader who you believe who meets your definition of leadership, who would that be? Let's see. Who would that be?
It can be anyone. Does it have to be like a person who is famous or known to others, or it can just be personal to me?
Preferably because we are in a group setting known, but yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, even if it's not known, it's fine. But if it's known, I think everybody just is able to relate a little
Okay.
better. But no harm in sharing somebody who's less known.
Should I start?
Yes,
Narendra?
yes.
Yeah, probably he's a politician, but some of the in South India is very famous. He is Mr. Kamaraja. He's a politician from a Congress party. And the leadership qualities what he had is
No,
very
James, sorry. I just need the
sorry.
name for now. We will come
Yeah,
to
that's okay. Okay.
you know, we will come to that
Yeah.
in a flow. So we'll come to what you were trying to
The
say.
name.
But for now,
Okay.
I just want to note down some names. Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
He's Mr. Kamaraja.
Who else? This should be fast.
I go with MGR, MG Ramachandran. He's also a politician.
Yes. That's it? Just two names?
I would Damu.
No, didn't hear you. Ruchi.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Okay, Abhishek.
I mean, known figures. The other day I told that Ratan Tata, he would be ideal one.
Okay, Ratan Tata. Anantapriya.
So I don't have anything on the politicians, politics or the industrialist or entrepreneur, but I can go ahead with my current manager, who's the Mr. Tilak.
Yeah. That's fine. And you know, of course, it does not have to be a politician or an industrialist. I know when we say leader, somehow, of course, you know, we believe it is a politician because that's possibly the most visible form of leadership we see today. Because it's very like in your face, it's showing up on TV, but it can be anyone. You know, yeah, if it's known to everyone, it's easier to relate. But yeah, if it's your current manager, we don't know your current manager. But yeah, we would love to. I'll make a note of that. So MS Dhoni, who else?
Last time I told Abdul Kalam.
Yes. Is that it? Okay, good. Now let me, share some stories with you, and the persons associated with these stories may be known, may not be known, even to me. So the first story is of this person in the US in the late or the mid 50s. She's a black woman. She goes and sits in the area in a bus, in a moving bus. She goes and sits on a seat. And then after 10 minutes or so, the bus driver tells her, please get up. This seat is reserved for the whites. Okay. Now she refuses. She refuses to get up. And this sparks the biggest civil rights movement in the US. So If you know the name, great. If you don't know, doesn't matter. What matters is the story. But since this is, quite a, famous name back there, her name is Rosa Parks, right? You can Google it up after the class. She stood up for something, and then after that, there was a lot of criticism. She lost her job and whatnot. So all of that, happened later. But yeah, do just remember the name Rosa Parks for now, and the story more importantly, more than the name, the story. Then I have another story for you. And I don't know if you've seen the movie. There's a movie released many years back, but it's based on a true story. The movie is called Border. Has anyone seen the movie Border? It's a
Yes.
Hindi movie. Yeah. And there is a particular scene in that movie, and again, it doesn't matter whether it's a Hindi movie but what matters is again the story. And since it's based on a true story, the war has begun between the two countries, and there is a person who needs to get back home because his wife has cancer. And he's very happy about the fact that finally his leave got approved on medical grounds, on family emergency grounds, and the war is going on. And he leaves the border area, and he starts driving down home, only to realize that the war has escalated or whatnot. And then he comes back. He comes back, participates in the war. Eventually, he is killed. Okay. So just remember, I don't know the name of the soldier because, obviously it's happened so many decades back. But what I do know is the story. And then I have a last story for you from the recent altercation that we had. This boy, young boy, he makes tea. The story is of this boy who saw that all the army and the forces were so busy, engaged with, trying to participate in the Operation Sindoor. And then he's a young boy, maybe 11 or 12 years, not even a teenager possibly, or maybe even younger. No parents, no family as such. It's not like they were in the business of making tea or whatever. He just decides to start serving tea to all the soldiers who were involved in the operation. I guess this happened somewhere in Punjab or Kashmir. I don't know where exactly it happened, but I've read the story about this boy who, decided by himself to start serving tea. And he did that for a few days. So now the army as an act of sort of gratitude, has decided to sponsor his education for the rest of his life. Again, that's not relevant for us. What's relevant for us is his act of serving tea at the age that he is. Now look at all the names that you gave, right? Kamarajan, MJR, Tata, JRD, your current manager, MS Dhoni, Abdul Kalam, Damodar Padi. And also look at these stories, the three stories, right? Story A of the woman on the bus, story B of the soldier who came back, story C of a boy who served tea. And now tell me, is there something you see in common, whether it is the famous names or the not so famous names? What is it that you see in common in both these categories of people? Think about it. And maybe, it's already an hour, so we'll take a quick 2-minute adjustment break. And when we come back, I would like you to share what do you see in common between the names that you shared and the stories that I shared. What is it in common then? Okay, so yeah, see you in 2 minutes. And after the hour, we'll take a longer break.
Yeah.
Everyone's back fully. Okay, so what did you see as common between the famous names and the not so famous stories, but nonetheless?
Sense of duty to the people or society.
That's the common factor, right? Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, what else? What else is common between all of this?
I felt they all believed in, they all stood up for what they believed in.
Okay, so they had a belief and they stood up for that belief.
Maybe if it is right or wrong, but I thought the attitude what they had,
Mhm.
the attitude and the way of approach on a situation or on a situation, they have approach what they approach the situation.
Okay.
There is a need and for a particular thing to be done, and then there has been taken initiative and been fulfilled.
Okay, great. What else? What else did you notice as common between the famous names and the not so famous stories?
Commitment and not giving up.
Yes.
Creating significant positive impact. Building an organization of people working towards a common purpose.
Okay. I think
leadership.
yes, situational leadership. Yes, that's right. Okay. You know, I've noted it all down, and all of you are absolutely right in your assessment of leadership, because both these categories of people, be it the famous ones that you named, or be it the not so famous stories that I shared, is nothing but a characteristic of leadership. Now, when you say Kamarajan or MGR or Ratan Tata, you're taking a name, but what you really are trying to say is certain characteristics that they displayed. It is not the name that is important to you. It is what they did as a person. And it's just that you happen to know the name. Now, the stories that I gave you, maybe you don't know their name, and maybe even I did not know until I actually started researching about them. So when a black woman decides to go and sit in a reserved seat that is meant for whites and does not get up because she says, you know, I'm just sitting, I'm already sitting here, I will not get up, I refuse. You know, it takes a lot to do this, but particularly, like someone said, you're standing up for what you believe is right. You have a sense of belief. Now, whether the sense of belief is going to be everyone else's sense of belief also, probably no.
Not necessarily.
But clearly, leaders have a sense of belief. So, you know, let's make, you know, why once we jump into the theories and all of this will connect to the theories once again. But let's make a note of it because this has come from each one of you. So having a sense of belief is a leadership quality. And your belief may not be the belief of the 99% of the people, which is what differentiate that 1% and makes them a leader. Similarly, the soldier who returned, right? Or take the example of Ratan Tata, who has set up massive charitable organizations across the country. hospitals, schools, clinics, whatnot. It all comes from a sense of duty, just like the soldier who returned halfway saying, yeah, I know my wife is suffering from cancer, but maybe my country needs me more, so I will go back. And unfortunately, maybe, he also passed away. But the point is, there was a sense of duty, be it in that soldier, be it in Ratan Tata. Both displayed the same quality of leadership, which said, my duty comes first, which connects me to the second point, which says that leadership is also about your group goals. There is no question of personal goals in leadership. That's a very crucial aspect of leadership, from what we've been discussing so far, that it's always about the team. It's always about the duty that comes first, not about what do I personally want to gain. And that also, by the way, is a great way to form trust. The way to form trust, and later in the class, we will discuss how is trust formed. One way trust is formed is when you're talking to the person and you don't think that the other person has a hidden agenda, has anything personal to gain out of that conversation. That's why you trust the individual. So imagine you're talking to someone and you think the only reason why this person is talking to you is because he wants something from you. There's no question of trust, right? So having a group goal as a priority and not a personal goal is another cornerstone of leadership. Then the young boy, right? All examples we've taken so far, at least all the names that you've given me, are absolutely adults, like experienced adults. The woman was an adult, the soldier was an adult, but I'm talking of a boy who saw that, the soldiers were, very busy doing things that they had to do. And he decided upon himself that, okay, what I can do is, okay, I'll make tea and give them tea. Now, a little boy cannot do anything else apart from that, maybe, does not have the energy, does not have the knowledge, competency, but he did what he could. And which is what makes him a leader in his own space, right? Because he reacted to the situation very positively. He saw that there is a situation. He saw that people are extremely busy with whatever they're doing. So, okay, let me make tea for them. That's the simplest act of service I can do. But I'm responding to the situation based on what it is, right? Then similarly, prior to this, you spoke about the various characteristics of a leader. So now as we start going into theories, we will try and keep coming back to what all of you have shared over the last 30, 40 minutes with me and try and connect the dots. Okay, so let me start sharing my screen. Okay. Okay, all right. So leadership, I think we, briefly defined it the other day. We said it's a highly sought after valued commodity, but it's essentially the ability to influence a group towards achievement of a goal. So three key elements come in the standard definition of leadership. First, influence. Second, group. Third, goal. So if you would, yes, Rama.
Yeah, okay. This could be towards achievement of a common goal.
Yeah, common goal. Yeah, common goal. Right. Now, let us take the example of MS Dhoni. Can someone explain how Firstly, does it apply to Dhoni? Does this definition of influence, group, goal apply to him? If yes, how? How is Dhoni a leader if this definition is true?
Yeah, actually, Dhoni is a leader because he believes on the process. What he used to tell in almost most of the interviews, he will not think about the goal. He will not think about the result. He will concentrate on the process, what is going on. If we do the process good, then the result will be what we think it will be. It will be there. He will believe on the process.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, he is someone who, looks at the strengths of each person and gets it out of it. So I think influence, being able to understand their team members and what works for each person and giving them the opportunity to showcase all of that. So using the resources properly is what I would say.
Using the resources, his ability to influence a group happens via recognizing their strengths.
Yes.
Right? So he uses the strength of people to influence them towards achievement of whatever that common goal is. Okay. How is Abdul Kalam a leader if this definition were to be taken into account?
Yeah, when we talk about Abdul Kalam, he's a people person, and he also had a common purpose of working towards the people who would be in a position to see the developed nation in for the future generation. So he wanted to see a developed country, in the sense means we have already developed, but to stand tall among the top 5 countries of the world, and to show that the country is not lesser than in its ability and its scientific innovations and the economic soft power. So he was about people, and he believed in people and the strength of our country. So, and also the nature, is simple and kind of a humble nature that made him, loved by the whole nation among the younger generations. So he was a model to all the people across.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, Niranjan, with regards to Dr. Kalam, I think we have heard him speak in various conferences or meetings about how he saw leadership in Satish Dhawan. When I think he was a project director of a particular launch of a missile, which despite the computer saying that, okay, we should not be launching, he gave a go ahead and it went into the Bay of Bengal. But then the failure was so strongly confronted by media individuals, and his then senior Dr. Dhawan says that, okay, he went to face the media and said that, okay, we'll come back in a year and do it. And when in a year, when the launch was successful, then instead of he going and taking the credit, he sent Dr. Kalam and his team to go ahead. And so he resorts to those qualities of how he has also seen leadership. Perhaps that's similar to what James was also referring to sometimes back. That, okay,
Yes.
Sharing the credit with everyone, and when it comes to failure, that is taken by himself or herself.
Yes, yes, yes. Brilliant. Very good. Very good. We had some political leaders also named. So somebody wants to take a shot at why a Kamarajan or a MJR is fitting this definition of leadership. How are they influencing a group towards achievement of a goal?
For Kamarajar, just maybe some of you may know the story. I will tell a small story of that. when one person came to Mr. Kamarajar and he asked for admission, for college admission. He is a very good person and he wants to join in a BSc chemistry. He is very, that means very poor person, but he gets scored good marks in the schools, higher secondary schools, and he needs admission. He went to the college and Kamarajar asked the college, this boy is very good in his schools. Please give admission to him like that. But what the principal, that committee, education team, what they told, sir, it's already full. We have only 25 seats. The 25 seats was full. There is no chance to give admission for this boy. He's a very poor boy. Then he immediately, what he told that guy, we are not having much facility. We are having the lab facility for only 25 people can accommodate and do the practicals there. Okay, well, immediately Kamarajar asked, if the 25 people working in the laboratory, what the classroom will do? The classroom will be empty. If the 25 people in the classroom, what the lab will do? The lab will be empty. Then make it as 2 shifts and start a class, include 25 people. And when the class is there, in that 25 people will be in the lab. That they can change. That evening college practice, that part-time college practice was started during that time. That was implemented by Mr. Kamaraj. That credit goes to him. That way of thinking, what he had, it was interesting.
So someone used the word visionary, remember, about describing leaders. When I noted down they said visionary thinking, adaptability, empathy, solution provider. Do you see a reflection of this in what Kamarajan may have done by looking at the problem, thinking long term and saying, okay, if one thing is empty, it can be used for this, another thing, why leave it empty? Part-time, whatever, right? Gave a solution to the problem. Correct? And with a vision that this will transform maybe education for 25 more people, because effectively now what you're using for 25 people, you can double the capacity because the real estate is there. You just need to plan it accordingly so that you're able to use it 2 times instead of 1 time. So that's a sign of a great visionary, someone who can look at the problem, break it down, and then say, okay, this is the solution. Because more often than not, one of the things that you will notice that we possibly end up doing is we are very focused on repeating the problems that we have all the time. We don't even think about, okay, how am I going to solve this? We just come up with a problem. And this can be like a very daily life routine also, right? We look at something and say, oh, there's a strike today. Oh, it's raining today. Oh, is this today, that today. We have somehow institutionalized the whole concept of just sharing the problem, but what are we doing about it? I think that possibly something also to note down, that possibly is the differentiator of leadership. That leaders maybe identify problems, but more importantly, they solve the problems that exist in front of them, and in a visionary manner, so that it possibly sustains the test of time. Last class we spoke about, of course, the definition, but particularly we try to focus on, are leaders born or made? And then, of course, the last one is the homework that you did. We touched upon the trait theory and behavior theory. Trait theory mainly focusing on the fact that leaders are born, and it looks at the traits to be inherited. It, also then, tried to document nearly 100 traits, 80, I think. Yeah, 80 traits is what it documented, became very confusing. And then finally, it narrowed down on big five personality traits, which later came to be known as the big 5 personality traits. And then, of course, that personality framework has been fairly popular for a very, very long time. The 5 personality traits of a leader, even referred today, are extroversion, conscience, openness to experience, agreeableness, and emotional stability, right? But one of the reasons that this theory, though very popular, conflicts with what we believe today, that if you want to learn something, you can learn, is that because the trait theory believes that it's a trait, it's very inherent, it's something that you're born with, that gave rise to another theory, namely the behavior theory. Now, the behavior theory takes a step forward, and 2 studies were done in Ohio and Michigan universities, mainly centered around the fact that if leader is someone who can be made, which means the leader is someone you can train somebody to be a leader, then what would those elements be that you train them on? So the Ohio studies say that there are 2 types of leaders. One leader who initiates structure, meaning they will set up the team, they'll set up policies, they'll set up organization, etc., etc. So they'll be concerned very much with the skeleton, with the structure, and they believe that if you get all of that right, then people automatically will be positively led. But Ohio studies also said other thing, that okay, that's one type of leaders. But there's another type of leaders who believes that what is more important is trust, mutual respect, consideration, right? Which means consideration is something that you give in return for what you get. So the leadership behavior of consideration is that if I give respect, I will get respect. But more importantly, that will lead to employees, accomplishing their jobs. Now, the Michigan studies on very similar lines also gave its outcome, but it said that there are 2 types of leaders. One who are very production oriented, which means they're concerned with the outcome, with the task, making sure that whatever is promised is delivered. And the second type of leaders are employee oriented, where they're more concerned about the interpersonal skills of the employees, with the employees. They're concerned about how are people getting along. Now, there's a very solid connection between these 2 studies, which is that initiating structure in Ohio is very similar to what production-oriented behaviors are. Similarly, consideration and employee-oriented behaviors are very similar in like how you understand them. So this is where we sort of went through in the last class and we ended. Today, now we will move forward with contingency and interactive theories and some other aspects as well. Any questions on these 2 theories so far? No questions? All clear? Okay. So all of you came together and gave a list of characteristics about a leader. You said a leader is someone who is, again, whether a leader is born or made, that's for each one of us to decide and think. There is no definitive answer on this. But what is important is that the characteristics that we've spoke about. So now when I look at things like initiating structure, consideration, production oriented and employee oriented, and there is, by the way, there is no assumption that a leader has to be employee oriented only. It is quite possible that the leader may be production oriented. So, and that's okay, because at the end of the day, production needs to happen for the organization to run. It's just the focus of that individual is more associated with process, with structure, rather than with people and their emotions, right? So, for instance, like when I asked you who is a leader, and then you gave me a list of things. Among a lot of things that you shared, you also shared that this individual is a decision maker. Now, as a leader, if you have to make decisions, are you always going to be making popular decisions? Are you always going to be making decisions that are in the, that are going to keep 100% of your employees happy? Possibly no. Because there will be decisions, and when you make any decision, there will always be that 5% at least of the population that is very unhappy with that kind of decision being made. So it is entirely possible that you will make a decision, and you're a decision making. I mean, one of the traits that you gave me about, one of the characteristics you gave me a little while ago and I noted it down, is decision maker. So if a leader is one who is a good decision maker, decision making does not always mean keeping everyone happy. Entirely possible that this kind of leader is very production oriented, and if he has to make a decision about letting a poor performer go, he will let him go right away the same day. Now, an employee oriented leader may look at it and say, yeah, maybe give it another chance. Both type of leaders will be right, and it is for them to decide whether their leadership style is coming in the way of organizational progress or not. But I'm saying a decision making leader may not necessarily be always making positive type of decisions. Questions so far? Because maybe, like, instead of waiting for asking a question later, I'm not able to see if you're putting any questions in the chat. So you'll just have to speak up, because I'm sharing screen, so the chat is not showing up for me. Ask questions, because again, like we saw with the variety of descriptions about a leader, there is no right or wrong description. So if you have a question, let's share it. It's going to be part of our learning. Okay, moving on.
So we can
yeah.
tell that both the behavior and trait theory. So behavior is something can be taught, and trait is based on the personality. So apart from this two, based on the situation or based on the thing the person will be acting on, either he has been born or he's having the behavior. It is a combination of both the contingency work on.
So you're saying if the person is born with a trait or has been trained to express certain behavior, how will they react in a situation? Sorry, you'll have to rephrase that.
This contingency, so either he is a born or he is a behavioral theory. But when it comes to contingency, he needs to act on the situation or depends on the situation. So
yes, absolutely. So that is what the contingency theory is really all about. Contingency theory states that no matter, I mean, first of all, it says that leadership behavior is a combination of your behavior style, your basic leadership style, and the situation at hand. So I think the question you asked is exactly what the Fiedler model, as we call it, is all about. What we've discussed previously are just styles of leadership. Trait theory, behavior theory, both say this is the style of leadership. Now the contingency theory takes a step forward and says that your leadership behavior is, of course, the style that you bring to the workplace, which could be inborn, which could be trained. That's a separate conversation, depending on which way we want to believe. But you have to add the situation also. So contingency theory looks at two types of leadership styles. Okay. First one is, it says relationship oriented. So it says the first style of leadership, the way people lead, is based on relationships, is oriented towards relationships. And the second style of leadership is task oriented. And goes without saying that leadership orientation and task orientation are two separate concepts, but very similar if you were to compare it with the Michigan studies, where production orientation and employee orientation. So something very similar, right? So two leadership styles and three situations. What are the three situations? One situation involving my relationship with my team member. Second situation involving the task at hand. And third situation that involves use of my power. Okay. So contingency theory is nothing but my leadership behavior is contingent upon a particular situation. And what is that situation? It is one of these three. How will I behave in these situations? It is one of these two. Take a moment to just reflect on this slide and sort of just, get a hang of it. Because again, when we move to the next one, I still want you to remember the Fiedler model before we move to the next one. So let me just zoom this in. Yeah. So take a minute or two to sort of reflect and absorb what is being said here. Oh, sorry, the screen share went away. Yeah. So, yeah.
So Niranjan just wanted to know, like under this leadership behavior, the styles and situations, what is that Fielder model? Is it the specific name or what is that all about?
Yeah. So this model of leadership behavior is called the Fiedler model. It was basically thought about by a person called Fiedler.
Field. Okay.
So what do you make of this? That when we, sorry, is my camera on? Ah, okay, it's on. Yeah. So what do you, as a class, what do you make of this? That we were saying so far that leadership is a trait, behavior. Okay. There's a certain leadership style that comes out of it. Okay, great. But now we are saying situation. So when you look at your list of leaders, do you believe that these leaders are always in control of the situation in front of them? All the leaders that you named, do you see them behave in a manner that shows control or no control over a situation?
No, control.
How? Can you explain? With an example.
We have to give an example with the same leader what we have told.
No, anyone, it can be any new name also. It does not have to be the same names.
No, for Dhoni, what you told, he always maintained the calmness. In type of whatever the pressure what he had in the field, he maintained the calmness. Exceptionally, the opposite is Kohli. Kohli is a very aggressive player. He shows the aggressiveness, but Dhoni always maintain the calmness, whatever the situation is, and he will maintain the same attitude with the players also. He will not show the pressure with the players.
So if I were to go back to this definition, in which situation is he acting? Is it leader-member relations? He's acting with his group, correct?
Yes.
As the captain of the team, he has the power to select team members, not select. Do you think
Yes.
he is using his power appropriately or inappropriately?
Appropriately.
And then eventually, what is the most important thing in that is going about the task of going, playing, and winning, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
So that is Dhoni. Any other example you can think of and apply the Fiedler model where the leader has shown control over a situation?
For me, when it comes to my manager, so he is an head HR for a division. He reports to a regional leader. So he needs to be a bridge between a regional HR leader as well as our team members. So whenever something comes up, he should be handling that situation. He needs that leadership relationship as well as the team bonding, the team relationship. So this is how I would see. So he should handle both his leader, and even though the leader is the regional leader is talking something about the team or to talk about the team or something, but he should act in that situation. He should not give up the team. He should not forego the team, and also he needs to get a good name with a regional leader also.
So which situation seems to be playing out here?
So leader-member relation.
Also positive power.
Exactly.
Why positive power? Tell me.
So positive power, he is giving a positive note to the team that he is not giving up on you guys, as well as he is also building a positive thing that Mr. Tilak is doing a good thing with the team. So he is also, the regional leader is also getting a good name.
And also because when he's talking to his manager, who is APAC or whatever, it's not the junior team members who are talking. It's this person.
Yes.
Because in that situation, he has the power of representing others. So when you take on the responsibility of representing others, you need to be triple careful about what you're saying about people, because when your skip level manager is meeting with your manager, or when you are meeting your skip level manager and you're representing the whole team, obviously because the skip level is not going to come and talk to 20 people. He will talk to me if I am the manager of these 20. But if I have been given the power of representation, how I use it in the respective situations defines me as a leader. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the Fiedler model? Okay, let's move to the next. The next is the Hershey and the Ken Blanchard model. Of course, like when I was, many years back, a lot of these names would end up confusing me too much. So if that's happening to you, like it did to me, don't worry too much about the names. What you need to mainly take away is the concept. So in the Hershey and the Blanchard model, instead of 2 leadership styles, it gives you 4 leadership styles. And instead of 3 situations, it gives you 2 situations. So what this model says is there are 4 leadership styles, first of all. What are they? A directive leader, a supportive leader, a participative leader, an achievement-oriented leader. What does each of these mean? A directive leader is supposed to let his followers know what is expected out of them. And this may happen a lot in political leadership, where they are talking to people to seek votes. And therefore, when a political leader is talking to his followers, he'll be very directive that, oh, you're supposed to do this, 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 this. You have to go as per the party's mandate. You have to, right? Very directive leadership. Then comes supportive leadership. So in the example we heard about, I think MJR, right? No, you were talking about Kamarajan. Sorry. When you were talking about Kamarajan, he was displaying what I would call supportive leadership, because, okay, somebody's coming to me and saying, I'm not getting admission because of this 25 candidate rule and so on and so forth. And so what Kamarajan did is he said, okay, let me see how I can support you. And then he showed some concern to the issue and he supported. Then comes participative leadership, where the leader is consulting his followers and using their suggestions. Can you think of a leader who is fairly well known today for participative leadership, like seeking consensus, not consensus, but seeking inputs from followers? I mean, can you think of a leader, not just today, but a leader in the past? Sorry, just give me a second. Yeah. Can you think of a leader? Give me a minute. I just need to wash my eye. But yeah, can you just think of a leader and keep talking, who is very like participative in terms of their leadership style and very open to suggestions?
Most leaders flex based on the situations. And yeah, I mean, even politicians, yeah, for example, even Prime Minister, when there are a lot of potency says, come up with your ideas, please come up with innovations, or what you think, whether it is, the focus is more towards the developing the eastern regions of India, or how to enhance and bring out the cultural aspect of the eastern region of India out in the world, out in our own country. So I see that, there is a lot of ask to invite, the inputs from all over. I see our Prime Minister visiting IITs, meeting up with CEOs very often, tries to group different kinds of people and makes them, participate or makes them some of the members of the committees that he forms to come up with certain policies for the benefit of the country. So this is a little larger view, and yeah, since I work with an organization and personally also in some of the CSR circles, so we see some of those effects trickling down. Yeah, so many leaders flex, and we see many leaders being participated. In my own organization, I would also consider myself to be a participative leader in a lot of situations. And even when you asked the previous question, do you find the leaders always in control of the situation? My answer to that question was no. I do not see leaders always in control of the situation, but I rather see them always in control of themselves in situations wherein they do not have control.
Yeah,
so they
yeah.
know how they would want to respond to a given situation with whatever best they have externally available to them.
Correct. Absolutely. Control over the situation also comes as a byproduct of control over oneself and personal characteristics, right? Determine that if you are not in control of yourself, there's no way you are going to be in control of others. So that's a very good,
So
brilliant statement made.
yeah, and when James brought out that example, right? So he said, yes, he feels that leaders are control of the situation, but when he brought out that example, he said that Dhoni was always calm. You know, so Dhoni actually had no control over the situation outside, whatever it is manifesting. You know, India is losing runs, losing players,
Yeah.
whatever. But then he had control over himself only in that situation, and probably that drove, probably his calmness brought, calmness in other people. Usually, when they have a tendency to be anxious about or get worked up when things are not working the way they would have thought that should work. So probably that helped, bringing out the best
Yes.
towards whatever effort they could put to chase the desired outcome.
Yeah. And just to add to this definition of situation, the concept of situation, what you define to be your situation matters a lot. So if your situation is defined by the outcome, then it's very extrinsic, pretty much outside the locus of your control. But if you're going to determine that the situation that you need to be concerned about is, let's in the case of MS Dhoni, who is the first player to open the game? Who's going to be second? Who's going to be third? That is in his control. So the definition of situation for a leader, how he defines situation also matters. Now, if he simply keeps expanding the situation further and further and further, then yeah, the fact that the stadium does not have enough lighting can also become a problem that he has to deal with and say, oh, because of that situation, we could not perform. No. So you again look at like the personal characteristics here, right? What is in your locus of control? In my control is, okay, how this team of 11 will play today, which means who'll go first, who'll go last, who is going to be the middle order of the who's going to be the middle order of batting. That is in your control. But what is not in your control is, let's say, the temperature in the stadium. You don't know how hot or cold it's going to be. You don't know if it's going to be raining. So you have to define situation in a way that it supports your achievement of the goal, right? So in your own organizations, even though maybe outside today we may have to think hard about who's a participative leader, but in your own organizations you may have come across people who were very participative, which means they will ask you for your feedback. If they take the feedback, they will obviously tell you that, hey, you gave a great suggestion and we loved it and we would like to implement it. If they were not able to take your suggestion, then they will obviously say accordingly. But my point is that in your organizations and you personally will come across participative leaders. And then finally, you have something called the achievement-oriented leaders in this concept, which is that you set targets high, like you set good enough challenging goals, and you expect the followers to, you expect your employees, or in the context of OB, we call them followers. So you're expecting your followers to perform well. And you are setting up really hard, challenges or, work for them. But these are behaviors. But what did we say in contingency? We said behavior or style or leadership style plus situation determines leadership behavior. So what are the situations? Previously we had 3 situations. Now we have 2. So we're saying when the leadership style of directive, supportive, participative, achievement oriented assuming you are any one of these type of leaders, or you could be displaying more than one trait also, but let's assume one. Operating under one of these two situations. One is environmental, which is what is happening around me, right? How is the structure? Do I have authority? How is the group? So everything that is around me. And then my own personal characteristics, which is my own experience, my own ability to perceive, and extremely important, my locus of control. And I think the locus of control, is something that as we go by also, we should continue to refer to this locus of control, because what is not in my control, as a leader, I have to be wise enough to let it go. Okay. Any questions? All right. We will take a break. It's 11:30. So 11:50 or 15 minutes is enough, or 20 minutes is needed. How much time do you want?
No, we just took a break. If you have some topic, we can take break.
Just
after some
15
time.
minutes is enough.
Yeah. Dipti, you don't need a break. So I'm going to give you reading material.
Okay, fine.
Because today's 4 hours, so we try and take a we take 2 short breaks and 1 slightly longer break. So 15 minutes is good.
Yes.
So 11:30. So 11:50. Sorry, 15 minutes. 11:45. My maths is so wrong. 11:45. We will be back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. See you. Okay, back. Are we back? So yeah, Abhishek, I think to address what you commented, right? You're absolutely right that, and I think first class itself we spoke about this, that there are no absolutes in OB, for that matter, in most of the concepts and theories that you listen across HR, because one theory leads to another over a period of time, and which is why you will see that like even between motivation theories, right? We also have a very common thread running across something as old as Maslow's that happened 150 years back to all the way up to the modern day theories. We see a connection. Even now in Blanchard versus Fiedler, you see a connection. But that is bound to happen because one theory leads to another, or to put it another way, one theory is dependent on the past. There will always be some connection. I mean, in reality, I don't think there will be anything called a new theory. So you're absolutely right that these concepts will overlap. It is by design. That is how it is, and it will always continue to be. Which is why I think when we look at, like, the reason we look at even the earliest theories and then go all the way up to the modern ones is because, one, it helps you to understand how it all started. Not to say that the first theory we discussed, Fiedler, is actually the first theory. There would have been hundreds of that before that. It's just that documentation wise today we see Fiedler. Documentation wise today we see Maslow's. But it's not that Maslow's is the original theory. Even before that they were existing. So it's just a question of documentation. But yeah, overlap is by design. It's going to happen. And I would see that to be the beauty of it. Because that way what it tells us is that nothing is invalid. Everything is valid based on the context. Just like life, everything is valid based on the context. Deepti, the reading material, whatever I am displaying in class, I have uploaded it to a site, and Farida told me she will be sharing it with you. I had tried to put on some additional, material. Unfortunately, the way the HBR access works is that we can't download it and share. But what I'm doing is that I'm incorporating a lot of that into my slides. But if you have HBR accounts with you, I'm happy to share the links and you can see it through your account. Because sharing it as a PDF might be a copyright issue. So, in a more formal setting like this, I don't want to involve copyright issues. But I'm taking the content, but happy to share the links. Okay.
think
We were
HBR to 5 articles free also. If you do not have paid accounts also can
Yeah.
readily go
Yes.
through that.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, that at least to the extent of 5, and if you guys can combine all your collective energies together, you can, it's literally 14 into 5. So you have so many articles available for free. So, just make creative use of it and I think you will get access. But some of the articles written on HBR are really good. So I will share the links and then, we can move forward. So we were discussing contingency theories, particular to, we spoke of Fiedler model where we said that the style of the leader plus the situation defines leadership behavior. It cannot be just the style of the leader. It cannot be that, oh, this is the style I bring in. Yeah, but if the situation demands you to be empathetic, and then your style is more towards being authoritative, it's not going to match. So the style plus the situation, when they are coherent with each other, that is what leads to the expected leadership behavior. And in styles, we discuss both styles. And we've come across nearly 6 styles of leadership between the two. It's there in the material deck that you will get. But when it comes to situations or contingencies, we are seeing a variety of them. So environmental factors are there, personal characteristics are there. And one of the things that not a lot of theories specifically talk about, but it is very obviously there, is the fact that, and I think this we picked up in our discussion, personality, behavior, traits, like in last week's classes, my own personal beliefs, the way I've been brought up, the way I've been, like when I'm being brought up, how have I been taught to lead people? How have I been taught to interact with people? All of that comes across and sits in my leadership style. So cannot take away, just like an employee cannot come to work truly leaving aside their personal selves. Leaders also cannot come to work leaving aside their true personal selves. So leader is not some character out of a movie or out of another planet that, because when we think of leadership, we always put them on a pedestal. But let's remember that leaders are human beings at the end of the day, just like you. The leader has flaws, will make mistakes, just like you. The leader will have aspirations, goals, ambitions, just like you. The only thing is, they are expected to overcome some of these things when they are wearing the hat of a leader. Does not mean that they don't have personal ambition. Leaders are not saints, to put it mildly. They're not saints. They have not given up everything in the world to become leaders.
So saints are also not saints.
Yeah, that's a different issue. But and definitely, when you think of leaders, don't think that all leaders are self-actualized. It is highly possible that the leader is at the start of the Maslow's hierarchy. The leader is struggling with security needs. The leader may be struggling. It is possible at that point in life. Okay. Okay. Now, we've of course discussed, some of the theories, put very scientific things in place like style, situation, and all of that. But at the end of the day, as a common employee, as a layman, be it in any field, politics, arts, any field, sports, when you look at a leader, because now we are OB students, we will go into the depth of it and really analyze it and say, okay, this is the style, this is the situation, and if you want to then add the personality angle to it, you will find, okay, big 5 personality. You might go deeper and say, okay, let me look at what motivates this leader. All of this is intellectualizing leadership, and that is needed because you are OB professionals now. So you have to look at everything in depth. It cannot be simply what you see on the face of it. But to an ordinary employee who has not gone through so much of learning with respect to OB, or who does not have interest in so much, they typically look at one characteristic, right? They only look at, okay, what is my intuitive feeling about the leader when I think of the leader? So let's go back to a list of leaders, and feel free to add any new names to it. Does not have to be the same list, but just looking at the list, whatever names of leaders you gave me, can you tell me one word, just one word, not even 2 words, one word as an adjective that you will use to describe this leader? And while you do it, if it's okay, I'll have my cup of coffee. One word to describe that leader that you named, or any new leader also. I don't need the leader's name again now. I just need that word. One word.
Inspiring.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Influencer.
Okay.
Influencer. Yes.
Visionary.
All right.
I think evolve.
Evolved, you said?
Yes, Niranjan.
Okay.
Evolved.
Okay. Okay. Evolved.
Iconic
Responsible.
character.
Sorry. Didn't get either word.
Iconic character.
Iconic character. Okay.
Responsible. Consistent.
Consistent.
Decision maker.
Decision. Okay. I'll take that, but that's still two words, but okay.
Resilient.
Resilient. What else? Anything else?
Visionary. Visionary.
Visionary, yes. Confident, yes.
Generous.
Generous.
Communicative.
Okay, fine. I think
Ethical.
we have
You
it.
can add one more, ethical.
Ethical, yes. Good. Ethical.
Creative,
So creative.
innovative,
Innovative.
and positive. Very positive.
Empathetic.
Okay. So now, today, especially in today's times, influx of social media and just the way people are interacting today. Theories have their place, but today it's also, and connect this to our topic of perception. Remember, we spoke about perception, why it matters. Anybody wants to very quickly share what is perception and why does it matter?
Perception is basically how we see things, which can be influenced by our beliefs, the way we see things, our experiences, and why it matters in our context could be because it might lead to perception problems, which is not a reality, right? It's just not a fact. So it's based on research-based information, so that to not let our perception come into the way of making decisions.
So when you gave this particular word, right, it is also to do with your perception of that leader. Because you felt inspired, because you felt influenced, you're saying he's an influencer. But that's your perception of a leader. May not necessarily be the true reflection of that leader. And that's fine, because perception is reality. And in the case of leadership, perception, a lot of perception becomes reality. Because in most cases, if you see, these leaders are not even accessible to you. You just see them like on TV, on the phone, on the newspaper. So everything around leadership, or not everything, but at least a large part of leadership is also about perception. And normally perception is seen as a bad word, like, oh, he's just into perception management. That's what we say. But that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Because perception is reality in today's world. And especially today with the influx of social media and technology, how you perceive people through these mediums becomes your reality of them. So be it evolved, iconic, responsible, consistent, resilient, confident, generous, all of these are characteristics of a leader, the way you perceive them individually. So in the modern context of leadership, like today's context of leadership, of course, there is a place for all the theories, because your perceptions are also somewhere deep rooted in the theories. But the thing is, in the fast evolving world, we also need to look at what are some of those contemporary or some of the modern issues of leadership that we are facing and we will continue to face. One of the biggest events of the last few years that will define and redefine leadership is COVID. Can we
Sorry,
reflect?
what is
COVID, the 2 years of COVID, that is going to define and redefine leadership. Now, I'm not a huge fan of, politics per se, but I cannot take away the fact that how popular leaders across the world reacted to COVID made a significant difference to how the country behaved during COVID. You had, I'm not going to take names because obviously that's not relevant, but I will just look at some characteristics that came about, right? We had on one hand leaders who were going all out there and saying, we will tackle this, we will tackle that. This is our plan. This is how we are going to go about doing it. This is how the next 30, 60, 90 days looks like with respect to COVID, be it lockdowns, be it then vaccinations, all of that was very clearly being articulated. Remember the other day we spoke about how articulation is an important leadership quality. You have a vision, fine, but you need to be able to speak that vision. Yeah, in my mind, I have a great vision to develop this whole organization, but I'm not able to say it. Then what is the purpose of me having that vision? So communication is one modern day issue when it comes to leadership. Because today, compared to any time in the history, we have the ability to communicate the most. I can sit in Hyderabad and I can talk to all of you sitting at 14 different locations today. This was not possible 20 years, 30 years back. Or I can sit here and I can teach somebody sitting in the US. Somebody sitting in Brazil can teach me. So communication is a significant issue of importance as far as modern day leadership is concerned. If you have a leader who says, I'm going to be non-communicative. I mean, I remember a story about J.R.D. Tata, about how he led, etc. But he was not known to be the most communicative person because at his time, hierarchy, remember we spoke about evolution, where at that time it was about domination, instruction giving. That's what leaders did. J.R.D. Tata, great leader of the century. But my point is he was not known to be very communicative. I mean, for that matter, Ratan Tata, I mean, J.R.D. Tata, none of us have seen. Ratan Tata, we have all seen. How many times have you seen Ratan Tata being on social media, Instagram, Facebook, right? Not the most communicative people, but that breed.
In fact, they have been
Sorry?
introverts as well. They have been introverts as well.
Yeah, that's another, aspect to them. But they were not known to be the most communicative. Of course, they were so successful and they had done so much for the society, and maybe it didn't matter anymore. But today, look at the leadership, the new leaders emerging today. Can you think of a Mark Zuckerberg being a Mark Zuckerberg without communicating? Right? So communication is very key today because everybody is looking for information. So if something's happening, so going back to the COVID example, there was that one set of leaders who were communicating. Then there was another set of leaders who were not doing, they were not concerned. They were like, okay, let it go the way it has to go. And we will see. And it has happened. High infections have happened, mortality has occurred, but they were like, look, the situation is beyond our control. We can't do anything. So if you go to Google and check on various leadership lessons coming out of COVID, you will see so much research already happening right now. And I think it will continue to dominate for a while because COVID was one of the single biggest events of our lifetime so far. Most likely it will not happen in the rest of our lifetimes. But such an event only happens once generally is what they say in people's lifetime. And we were all in that sense lucky. I know that it was a very unfortunate year and very bad things happened, but lucky not in the sense of good thing, but lucky in the sense that not like our parents' generation has not noticed a life-changing event like COVID when they were young or when they were in their formative years. We have. So that sense lucky. I mean, obviously not to be misunderstood. So communication is a key aspect of how leadership styles are developing and are expected in this century. Now, if I were to again go back to some of the characteristics you gave, I think the first one pretty much is it inspiring. Again, with access to so much information today and so much choice that you have, whatever you want today, you Google it up and you get like more than one choice, right? Today we are in a age where everything is dominated by multiple choices. Multiple choices. I remember a time when exams used to have open text. So there would be a question asked and you had to write the answer yourself. Then at some time when competitive exams kind of came in the way, they started this MCQs, multiple choice answers or questions or whatever. So you would have A, B, C, D. So I don't know who decided 4 is enough, but anyhow, not 5 or 3. It was always 4 answers. I think it is very common to most of us, our experiences.
It continues even today, I guess.
Yeah, but when I was in school, it wasn't the case. It was always open. Question is asked, you better answer it to the rest of your knowledge. Then MCQs came in, especially with IITs and competitive exams and all of that. I don't know if life got more difficult with MCQs or simplified with MCQs. Because somehow when I had to answer a question, the only thing I had to answer was, do I know the answer or not? If I don't know the answer, leave it blank, move on. With MCQs, the problem is now multiplied by 4. Especially if I don't know the answer. If I don't know the answer, now I'm looking at 4 different answers to think what could be the right answer.
And more so when you do not have negative marking. I have to forcefully select even if it is a wrong one.
Exactly. So I don't know if life may become more difficult, but anyhow, that's way beyond what my locus of control. So I'm not going to worry about it. But my point is today, you have choices, so many choices. What happens when you have too many choices is fatigue sets in. You're just tired. You're just tired. Like when I go to restaurants, I especially, think about this. Why do they have 10 varieties of rice being served? Why can't it just be plain white rice for the day? Tomorrow you give me fried rice. Day after you give me biryani. Today just have one. So today's menu is white rice and sambar. Be done with it. Why do I need 10 combinations of rice, 20 combinations of dal, and I don't know how many varieties of vegetables? Look at the number of choices you have today when you're trying to make a decision. When you're trying to make a decision, if you have so many choices, fatigue is definitely going to set in. Fatigue sets in, and one of the things that happens is you're yourself so tired that you're not able to make decisions. You need to be inspired by someone else to make calls. So inspiration is another key contemporary issue of leadership. And when you look at all the names that you gave me of people that you felt were great leaders, or some of the stories we took, you will see there is a thread, another common thread that runs across is there is some level of inspiration that was available in those individuals, which is why when you listen to them or when you think of them, you feel pumped up, you feel good. I remember one of our first classes, I think someone took the name of a very popular actor and said, he makes me feel positive. Right? Was that, I think that was Rajnikant and Anantapriya, right? You said Rajnikant makes you feel positive. Why? Inspiration. You just feel inspired looking at this person. Why? Okay, then you can get into details. But the instant reaction for you is inspiration. I feel good. So that's the second important element of leadership in the current times, especially because people have so many choices, they're getting fatigued, they don't have time to make calls, they want to be inspired more than ever before. Inspiration is needed today. Third and the fourth, and these take in a way some level of precedence, is ethics, trust, and belief. In a leader, I absolutely need to see that this person has a standard higher than me. Will you follow a leader whose personal standard is below than you? Ever? No, right? Why? We said they're also human beings, they can also make errors. But if you need to be inspired by someone, clearly that person needs to have a standard which is higher than yours. It cannot be lower, it cannot be equal. It has to be higher. So all the leader names that you took, one of the reasons you believe, you perceive, is that their personal standard is higher than yours. It is not lower than yours. Right? And then finally, trust and leadership. Now, trust and leadership is by far in today's context, where again, with so much choices, so much information, I mean, my uncle is a lawyer, okay, and outside his office, he's put up a board that kindly keep Google information and chappals outside this office. Okay. So today, and even I have done this, I don't know how many of you have done this, but reflect. When you have a fever, cold, cough, or doctor prescribes, don't we all go to Google and check up information about that? So we are going to Google for every small bit of information. And it is to do with the fact that because I have access to verify whatever you are saying, I will go and verify. Now, the moment I do that, I have indicated that I don't trust you completely. Otherwise, why will I go and look for alternate sources of verifying what you are saying? I don't trust you completely. Now, am I saying that because a leader is saying something, whatever he says is 100% true? No, that is not the case. Leaders are also infallible. They will also make mistakes. But my point is, unlike in the past, where if I have a leader, I have to trust the leader. I don't have a choice. I mean, if I accept that person as my leader, I have to trust him. Today, I have a choice of verification. Right? So my uncle shares stories of, people will come to him for some, let's say some property dispute. And he will tell them, okay, look, this is how we will go about it. This is the matter at hand. You can, this is how you will have to approach it. or let's say if it's a criminal matter, some dispute, somebody hit someone, he'll tell, okay, this is how we will look at. So the details of how a lawyer will go through the typical analysis of the case. People will Google up and say, yeah, as per Google, this particular thing, this person should get punished according to the Indian Penal Code. He should get 10 years in jail. Right? They will throw that information at him. He just gets amused. And when this happened several times, he put up that notice board outside, I guess. I'm just joking. He didn't put that notice board, but he intended to almost. The point is, when I have access to information, now, if I were to deeply think, the information that I get on Google also, can you say it is authentic? It is also a point of view, because the way Google aggregates information, we've almost come to believe that whatever I see on Google is true. No, it's not about true or false. Google is nothing but a huge repository of information of this world. I can also go in and I can say sun rises in the west. If 2000 people come and support that view, that will become trending tomorrow. And then if you ask Google the question, where does the sun rise? You may get an answer saying some people believe it rises in the west. So you've created self-doubt, you've created doubt. So my trust that I should have on my science teacher who taught me that sun rises in the east is somehow questioned here. So trust, communication, ethics, okay, and inspiration are coming out as, this is not the exhaustive list, but some of the top issues of modern day leadership. We will deep dive into these, especially with trust, because especially now and in the years to come, all things considered, all things put aside, if I can achieve a level of trust with my leader, which by far is going to be the most difficult thing for me to achieve, then leadership will continue to be relevant for me. If I don't trust my leader, then whether his style is, communicative, whether he is very charismatic, all of that doesn't matter. All the leadership styles put aside, if I don't trust that individual in front of me, everything goes down the drain. So we will, obviously go deeper into these concepts now. But before we do that, I would like to hear some questions or some comments generally about some of the common modern day issues we are seeing with respect to leadership. Thoughts, comments, anything. I mean, this is very crucial. Huh? I mean, because now, yeah, go ahead.
We're talking about these 4 issues, right? When it comes to ethic, we always choose a person whose standard is higher than me in order to feel inspired, right? How is that an issue? Like, can you give me an example?
When I say issue, I don't mean problem.
Mm.
When I say issue, I mean today's employee population, when they look at a person, they expect that this person needs to have a higher standard than me. So when I say issue, I'm not saying it's a problem or it's missing. What I mean is it's something to be considered when you are defining leadership in today's modern era.
So the expectation that has been placed on the person.
Yeah.
Okay.
My expectation of the leader is that he needs to be higher than me in terms of behavior or ethics or whatever. Only then am I going to follow. I mean, one very classic example that I'll give you is spiritual leaders, right? So those of you who are into spirituality, or if you follow any spiritual leaders, one of the reasons you follow them is because you believe that their level of thinking, understanding, knowledge is higher than yours. You don't follow a spiritual leader who is not, who is lesser in the level of understanding than even you are. You always aspire for something higher. which is why in most cases, if you see, spiritual leaders are very old people. Because the assumption is that with age, they have got experience. May not be true, may not be real, but my point is, generally speaking, spiritual leaders are very old people. Because age has a direct implication on your experience and level of understanding. Right? Again, not a universal truth. Generally how it is. I'm just saying how things are. I'm not saying that's how they should be. Right? So that's, where it is, that my standard versus the other person's, that standard has to be higher. That's one way for me to accept you as my leader. Also, conversely, if you see, in the case of spiritual leaders, there have been some cases that, they did something wrong or they did something unethical. One instance, and there were history after that. So many spiritual leaders we have seen. One instance of a reported misconduct, one instance of cheating came across them, just one. And automatically that led to people having the doubt saying, oh, am I following the right person? And popularity has gone down. I don't want to get into names because that opens up a very controversial topic, but just look at it. Because we place them so high in our mind, one instance it takes and they come crashing down. And, we're like, hey, I don't think I'm going to follow this person. Okay. Other comments on some of the modern issues you see in leadership?
There are leaders who have, deeply passionate about their kind of vision or ideas, but they are unable to translate, to convey to their team very clearly with the clarity of, information or whatever they want to convey. But how it could be effectively managed?
Where you're not able to communicate your vision properly to employees.
Yeah, for the team, and then, he has a fabulous ideas, about some ideas, but unable to translate, unable to visualize the outcome.
First, it starts off maybe with an evaluation of what is the limitation all about. Is it cognitive, which means I'm not able to translate my thoughts into words? So that is one, very cognitive. Is that the issue for me as a leader? Or is it that my personality is coming in the way where I know what those words are, but I'm just too shy to go out and talk about it confidently? So is it a cognitive issue? Is it a personality issue? If it's a cognitive issue, then of course, get somebody in the team who can do that for me. Because identifying right resources for the right job. So if I am somebody who lacks the ability to convert my thoughts into words, simple cognitive issue, and that's fine. Not everyone will come with the same level of language skills. It's perfectly okay. But if it is a personality issue, then first, not try to change anything, but look for workarounds. So for example, if I'm an inherently introverted person as a leader, and I really can't go and talk about my vision to people because I'm like, oh God, they're just going to make, I don't think I can do it in front of a group of 10 or 20. So there are workarounds that, right? Communicate in writing. You don't want to communicate in person, communicate in writing. Put up a nice flyer, stick it up at the, team bay and communicate your vision to the team. Maybe get somebody to do it in the team that, hey, this is my vision. You'll always have a team member that you're more comfortable with. Say, can you do this for me? So the fundamental requirement here is that this leader is a visionary leader. If the vision exists, then all these problems can be taken care of. Having said that, sustainably speaking, can the leader every time rely on others to be able to do this? No. Can do it once, can do it twice, fine. But everyday leadership requires that this leader tries to overcome some of these requirements of the job. So if the requirement of the job is you need to be able to communicate better in person, then the leader, and we spoke about how behaviors can be trained and changed, somewhere the leader has to make the effort of overcoming some of these limitations also. But in specific situations, they can always enlist help from people who are more resourceful than the leader. Okay.
Okay.
What are some of the other thoughts on contemporary issues in leadership? What do you see? Yeah.
I will share one example. I mean, this is in my current organization. Now, I mean, for me, I mean, we have a team, and of course, there are two different HR leaders who has different span of controls. I mean, me and my colleague. Now, the thing is that one of my span, which is by far the largest of this organization, has undergone a severe leadership change. When someone globally, someone from US used to handle, and now a new person has come in. This person, I mean, the other person has taken up something else. And now this person who has come in is from one of our group companies, alien to this organization, but not to the group. Now, the group companies that he comes from, we get a lot of information from the colleagues who are there, I mean, who we happen to talk to, and not a very good positive perception about this person. And so our perception has been built that, okay, if this guy is coming now, we are going to have a tough time. Not, I mean, you doesn't mean that, okay, we as HR members, but people. And the organization that we are in, it's extremely on the people-centric part of it. Very profitable on niche things that they work on. So not really the same as the way the group company works. We have witnessed those leadership traits in this person, came in and tried to kind of change certain things all of a sudden. But now that some times have passed, around 4 or 5 months time, we have confronted him also. I will not say confronted. I mean, we have tried to make him understand the ideas, the way we proceed with, and that there are other functional leaders who are at the same level of his. Whereas in the group company, he was the topmost leadership reporting to the CEO. Here also he reports to the CEO, but he has his contemporaries. Now that we see that his leadership style is evolving, people calling it, okay, he's perhaps masking himself. Maybe true, maybe not. I'm not into that judgmental area as of yet. But I somewhere felt that, okay, he has never been given that opportunity or that environment to look at leadership from this style, where he has been extremely directive with the target that has been given to him. Now, does he not follow targets here? Yes, he has been brought in to stabilize certain aspects. But that there are much more important things, and just because of perception, we had a few resignations right up. I mean, in front of him, perhaps made him think it differently. But somewhere I am feeling that, okay, he understands the ambience, the dynamism of both these companies are very, very different. Now he continues to play a role in the other group company and here as well. For me personally, and my colleague also feels the same way, that, okay, maybe it's not exactly the way we heard about him. Okay, maybe that, okay, he has done it in the other company, but here he doesn't do it. And I am still giving a bit of, I mean, benefit of doubt, you can say, that, okay, perhaps he has never gotten open environment like this, where people have also been really, most probably he was surrounded always by the yes nodding people. This is my sense, that, okay, wherever he used to say something, people are like, okay, yes, we'll do it. When no one ever perhaps very honestly put up the idea what may go wrong with certain decisions if not gone correctly, which happens here. A little more democratic way things go over here. It's not that, okay, I'm saying whatever people say we do, but perhaps that's another idea which is very much alien to him so far, and now is giving him an opportunity So this is an observation. I do not know what to call it at the moment. Still at the stage of wait and watch. Just thought of sharing this.
Okay, good. All right, so let's jump into some theory again, and we can continue to discuss. Okay, we ended the last one on some of the older models of leadership, and then we are now coming to some of the modern issues, right? Clearly, there is a increased expectation on communication, inspiration, and trust. People seem to be wanting some kind of charisma from their leaders today. So charismatic leadership as a concept comes about, right? Now the thing is that all these modern day issues are fairly under researched because one, there's not enough data or evidence to support a full research. So I don't know, it'll take a few decades maybe to get there. But interestingly, when I look at some of the older leaders and many of them in politics who you gave names of, or even if I look at, say, Indian leaders, as say after independence, I see that it's not like they were not charismatic. I see that it's not like they were not communicating or inspiring trust. The only difference between then and now is that today charismatic leadership or say authentic leadership or transformational leadership, these concepts seems to have taken center stage. So it's basically like the evolving expectations that we have from leaders. So charismatic leaders have also existed in the past, but today, it's in focus. So the definition is people who are willing to take risks, they're sensitive to the needs of the followers, and they're showing unconventional behavior. One of the leadership behaviors that you also gave me, in fact, what was that? Yeah, one of you said a leader, when I said who is a leader, you said the person should be able to do things differently. So we are expecting some level of unconventionality from our leaders, because if the leader is doing exactly what I am doing or what the general public is doing, then why is he or she a leader, right? Because again, like we said, the standard needs to be higher than me. So only when somebody is better than me, I will accept that person as a leader. Then there is transformational leaders, and I think COVID is definitely one great example that you have from the last, from this decade at least, of transformational leaders, rather than transactional leaders. So transactional leadership is important. I mean, it continues to have its place in the world today. Remember, production-oriented relationships, initiating structure, all of that is transactional leaders. But transformational are those who inspire others to transcend their own self, and they have an extraordinary effect on their followers. It's not an ordinary effect. You feel good about talking to a leader like that. That is extraordinary effect on you, right? And then you have authentic leaders who firstly know who they are, which means self-awareness is a very critical aspect of good leadership. If the leader does not know himself very well, there is no chance in the world that they will be able to do anything for others. If you see most training programs today begin with some kind of a personality inventory, because most of these leadership training programs on the first day, they will ask you to take some kind of an inventory and they will give you a report. It could be MBTI, it could be Hogan, it could be Insights, it could be Discovery, it could be any of the, like there's so many of them more than that. All programs begin with self-awareness, because if you don't have self-awareness, you will not be able to manage yourself. If you cannot manage yourself, you cannot manage others. So anybody who skips the first two aspects of this journey cannot be a good leader, not even a manager maybe, right? So one cannot simply say, okay, I'm going to be born today, now I'm going to start managing others. No. First, you have to be able to manage yourself. Manage yourself both on hygiene factors like time, discipline, conduct, etc., but also on emotional factors, right? Which is being able to control oneself better, being able to manage difficult situations better personally. So only after you do that will you be able to manage others. So authentic leaders are firstly those who know who they are, because I think the best form of authenticity is, yeah, I know who I am. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. Can be trusted, have beliefs, and they follow their beliefs. Which means to say that it is okay for a leader to be having a certain belief of a certain type. But you also, for authenticity, need to follow your beliefs. So if you follow your beliefs, then you are an authentic leader. Otherwise, we come across situations where people say something and do something else completely. How do you trust such people? Difficult. Because if I'm saying something, it comes from a point of belief. And then if I don't do that way, yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about exceptions. I'm not talking about situational change in my belief system. That's okay. That's normal. But I'm saying in general, if I have a certain belief about a certain topic, but if I don't follow it, then it makes me less authentic. Any comments, questions on this? In your professional lives, or in your current situation, let's say, let's not go too back in time, but in your current situation, can you describe some of the leaders that you have and evaluate them on being charismatic, transformational, or authentic?
Niranjan, I mean, for many of what you mentioned, that okay, whenever we get into any kind of learning stuffs these days, I mean, an evaluation of the personality traits, which are very common. I mean, I see that okay, now nowadays even within the organizational learning, I would say, aspects which are there, very common. I would not say at a very high leadership level, but it happens. Right now, I think evaluation methods like MBTI or FIDO-B, that is getting heavily used. I mean, there is only one, I think, genuine evaluator from Arihant from Chennai, who we are constantly working with nowadays to find out these personality traits. I'm not very convinced yet whether that is required for in such a large scale. But I think, yes, it is true that, okay, it helps somewhere. Maybe for the coach to understand and guide for the people who the person is leading, I mean, maybe coaching for. But whether it is required for all level of leadership, I'm not too sure about it. So the importance and the usage of such tools and techniques perhaps should be very, should be evaluated properly and not as an instrumental blanket uh, thing. I mean, to go with. That's what I feel.
Agree. no absolutes, right? No absolutes. So there is absolutely no requirement, nor is it possible that everyone, when they start off on their leadership journey, will be everything. Number one. Two, they may be more of something depending on the situation and less of something depending on the situation. So for example, when the company is going through severe financial loss, and you know that now you are going to have to make cuts with respect to employee headcount. Over there, a leader trying to use charisma is pointless. I mean, you're trying to tell people that you are going to lose jobs in the next 6-8 months. I would rather have an authentic leader tell me that rather than a charismatic leader who's just trying to, be more of an influencer. I want an authentic leader to tell me in the 8 months, 6 to 8 months, it is possible that your job may be lost. So great. Thank you for the honesty. I will start looking for another job already. Now, if they're going to be trying to be charismatic and, put this whole fancy drama around the concept of financial loss, doesn't help me. So authentic leadership is also
around the bush. I'm not really having a contingency about it, but keeping some false expectation and which does not help people who are going to lose the jobs. I mean, in your example, I'm saying.
correct. And based on our description of the previous theories, right, my leadership style and the situation has to align. If my leadership style is extroverted and there has been a severe, I mean, let's say there's been a severe downsizing in the organization, that's a time to keep quiet and try to empathize with people and try and understand what is going on in the minds of people who are staying behind, because they will have so much anxiety about, am I going to be the next one to be let go? You're canceling merit increments for this year. This is the time for me to be a combination of charismatic, because I'm not saying you will not get any rewards. I'm just saying I cannot give you increments this year, but possibly I'm going to balance it out by doing X, Y, Z. I'm going to increase the travel budget. Maybe you can go on short-term assignments, but I just can't give you increments right now. But I can possibly put in some benefits, right? I need some charismatic leadership at that time, because all employees are going to be so sad about not getting an increment. And if an authentic leader comes and tells me, yeah, bad luck, no increment, I'll be like, okay, I know that already. How are you helping me to come out of this depressive state? Their authenticity may not help. I know already the outcome, no increment. Now, what more authenticity are you going to give me? I need some charisma. I need you to pump me up. I need you to probably use the motivation theory of verbal expression or arousal and say, yeah, I know you haven't got an increment, but hey, look, maybe I can help you. Maybe why don't you go and do this training program? The company will 50% pay for it, right? Maybe why don't I send you to the client location, on a business trip? Sure. Not the same as getting an increment, but at least I've been pumped up. So I need charisma there. Right? So based on situation, you change. Any other comments? Important topic, huh? Because all of you are leaders or will be leaders. Irrespective, you deal with a lot of leadership today. So what type of leaders do you mostly deal with? Charismatic, transformational, or authentic? Or what do you see lacking in your organizations? Let's look at it that way.
Leaders of all types, but not that everyone has all these traits. I mean, that way you would put it. I mean,
Yeah.
It's combination of both. But I mean, lacks in the sense maybe one particular leader is lacking something else. So that way, lacking is also there. It's coexistential, I would say.
Yes.
And that not everyone has everything. So
Absolutely. One area that generally seems to be lacking across organizations, industries, is authentic leadership today. Not because leaders cannot be trusted or not because leaders are not authentic. That's not the reason. The reason is the perception that they are not being, authentic. Perception is playing a huge role in the diminishing value of authentic leadership today. Because number one, as it is, I have so much access to information that no matter what you say or do, I will verify that. Right? And I don't just mean information, but my manager did this for me. That's what my friend tells me. I immediately compare my manager to my friends and says, oh, you know what? My manager does nothing. So immediately comparison. How? Because I have access to so much information outside. Previously, I would only compare my manager with himself, as in, okay, this is how he did, this is what he did, this is what he said. Now I'm comparing my manager with 10 others because I have access to so much information today that the comparison almost is inevitable. So authentic leadership is taking a little bit of a beating there. Two, or maybe second in order, is sort of charismatic leadership in the sense that we associate charisma with extroversion. And charisma may not always be extroversion. Charisma can be displayed by introverts also in their own way, in their own fashion. But we generally look at a leader who is, like there, standing, talking, loud voice, full on energy, and say, oh, that is charismatic. And somebody who's just sitting and doing his job, both are giving the desired outcome. You look at it and say, oh, so low in energy. Like, what's wrong with this person? So charismatic leadership, which is important, but sort of. Transformational leadership, yes, I think, especially post-COVID, I think most leaders or organizations have had a chance to transform something about their work cultures, and we are seeing a generally positive sign with respect to how companies have used COVID to make their workplaces better. Generally speaking, and I think I made that comment earlier also, generally speaking, and not getting into the medical aspects of it, but for organizational workplace culture, I think COVID has actually been a blessing. In the sense that, number one, status quo was challenged. Something as what today we believe is so simple, right? Remote working, work from home. Before COVID, you say work from home, your manager will look at it and say, like, which planet are you from? Who works from home? No concept of work from home exists. If it was given like a charity, like you have to beg for it. And then people will say, okay, fine, 2 days you work from home, but make sure that you are logged in at all times. Right? I mean, there's so much control on that concept. COVID came, everything was smashed. All assumptions were smashed. Everybody's working from home. And you cannot imagine engineering organizations are working from home. IT is working from home. People are taking call center calls from home. It's dramatically changed. So COVID has, from an organization culture standpoint, I think it's been a blessing in disguise. Of course, there's so much else that happened that one, doesn't see it that way. But over years, when research comes out, and good research normally takes time, 5-6 years also it takes to come out. So when it comes out, we will see that it has had a positive impact on generally on the workplace. So transformational leadership by force happened during COVID. We were forced to think differently. We were forced to transform the workplace. And the expectation was the same, that we still need to deliver. We still need to recruit. We still need to have sales. Everything continued, but the workplace itself transformed. So Transformational leadership is not it, but authentic leadership followed by charismatic. But even if you put aside charismatic, because that can still be overcome, authentic leadership is a big, big, big issue today. And one cornerstone of authenticity is trust. So as we enter our last topic of today's class, what is trust for you? How do you say I trust someone? Why do you trust someone? But let's begin with what is trust? And we will study trust a little deeply today. When you say I trust you,
The belief that you have on you.
okay?
I think I like the trust equation, likability, credibility, reliability. I think I really like that. And somehow I'm able to relate that those factors really do matter to building trust and goes a long way.
Okay. So let's go back in time to the day we were born. You remember the day you were born? No? Nobody does? No? Not possible? Okay. A couple of years after that. You remember? When you were 2 years, 3 years, 5 years maybe? Yeah? Okay, good. Good memory. Who do you trust the most as a 5-year-old? Or not the most, but who were in your trusted network when you were the earliest you can remember yourself?
Parents.
Parents.
Mom, mother,
Okay.
Primary caregivers.
mother.
Primary caregivers. Okay. So mother, father. Were there people who you did not trust as a 5-year-old?
Changes.
So,
Somebody.
so 5 years, probably we will be in the KGs. So probably our friends, the person who sit next to you or trust.
You did not trust that, or you trusted them?
Yeah, we trusted.
No, I'm saying as a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old, whatever. Do you remember who you did not trust?
Teachers.
You didn't trust your teachers.
Initially.
What does that tell me about myself? In this
Was-
limited role I play, you've
was
just
not
told me you don't trust me.
was not
No,
speaking.
not like that initially, because kids are very scared about the
Scared
teacher.
is okay. Scared is fine. You were scared of your
That's-
teacher. You disliked your teacher. You
Yeah.
hated your teacher. Perfect. Trust, I'm saying. Who did you not trust as a kid?
When I was not speaking to them, or I'll not trust. As a
Someone you
kid,
don't spend time with.
we're not speaking or not spending time. So
you come to think of it, why probably even took you so long? If I were to ask you today who you don't trust, you'll give me a list of 10 people in 2 seconds. Right? And if I ask you who you trust also, you will probably give me a list in 2 seconds. As a kid, it is likely that your default position was always to trust. There was no question of not trusting. The concept of not trusting was not known to you as a child. The concept of trusting alone was. But as we grow up, then it diverges into concepts of trust and no trust. So trust is one of the few concepts that operates by the presence of it and also the absence of it. So most theories are positive theories, that you make an assumption that this is how it is, and the definition will always talk about what it is. Trust is one of the few theories, of so far at least from what we've discussed, the only theory that we are discussing today so far, that trust is defined both by the presence of it and the absence of it. It is defined in both ways. So now you have grown up, teenager, now you're working. Who is in your trust network today? Who do you trust today in organizations?
To
Nobody.
be honest, no one.
That's true. It is very true that we don't trust anyone in organizations. And this is absolutely true because as children, like I said, my default position is to trust. As we age and as we grow up, and especially in organizational context, our default position becomes no trust. And therefore, when you add the leadership concept to this, leaders are therefore required to build trust. Hence, in a lot of core values, in a lot of leadership requirements, it says build trust, build trust, build trust. But no parenting training. These days they give parenting training to young parents, right? People are just no parenting training says build trust because the trust is natural. It happens. The child will trust the parent. So no parenting training will talk, but leadership training talks about building trust. Because in organizational setup, we are restricted to organizational setup. We do not trust anyone. And that is not a bad thing. It's not a question of good or bad. That's the state of how organizations run, which is why you have to build trust, which is why so much is focused. All this team building games, no, that they play. They'll put one blindfold person, they'll make him run around people. People are running around him. And then they say, oh, we are trying to build trust. And sometimes I wonder, oh, these are all adults. Why do they need to be taught to build trust? But the fact of the matter is that they need to because there's a huge trust deficit in organizations because the default position as we grow up becomes of no trust. Now we will set the psychology, biology, all of that aside of it. But the fact is when we enter organizations, this becomes our default position. So now if we agree that trust needs to be built, something we did not have to do with our parents. We were born and we started trusting them. And it is not just because they are caregivers, because if I equate that to my manager is my primary caregiver in the organization. He gives me work. He gives me money. I mean, money as in he is responsible for my reward. My manager is responsible for my well-being. So my manager is a organizational parent in a way. The only thing is my manager is dealing with an adult. My parents dealt with a child. But except that difference, my manager and my parent are very similar. They're sitting in similar positions because what I am expecting things from them and I'm dependent on them for things. Yet, why did I trust my parents and not my manager? And let's also assume that the manager is older than me. So yeah, if he's younger than me, if he's my same age, then I'll be like, oh, I'm not sure if I should trust. Let's assume that my manager is older than me significantly in experience, as is the case with most managers. So that also is very similar to my parents. My parents are older than me, right? So it is not to do with the concept of caregiver. It's more to do with the idea that as we age, our default position changes significantly. And therefore, trust with respect to leadership is a very crucial concept for us to uncover and implement. Now, how do you build trust? Firstly, it starts with what you trust, who you trust. So, we have sort of tried to address it. But if I were to define trust, right? So let's look at the definition of trust. Very interesting. And that's why I said one of the few theories which combines a positive expectation with a negative expectation. Most theories always talk about what is to be done. Trust's definition also talks about what is not to be done. So what is trust? Trust is a positive expectation that the other person will not act opportunistically. So this is the positive negative of trust definition. Very unique. You will very rarely, I think in the rest of the OB classes also we have, or any other concept, OD, whatever you have later, I don't think you will come across a definition that carries both the plus and the minus together. All are generally positive definitions. But trust is a positive expectation that I will not, through my actions, decisions, words, act in an opportunistic manner. That's how you trust. So now maybe it opens up the concept to you as to why you trusted your parents. Because when you looked at your parent, you knew that they might be scolding you, and in those days, parents would even give you a nice tight rap on your face if you did something wrong. These days, I don't think parents do that, but back then, very common. All of that aside, I still trusted my parent. It was the fundamental difference was I knew that my parent is not acting opportunistically in that discussion. So therefore, the parental trust as a child is extremely high. Now, interestingly, we say build trust, which means we are saying it is not going to be at the 100% ever. Trust will never, you will never trust anybody 100%. No way that's going to happen. Because generally, trust always has a history. The single biggest difference between why we trust our parents and why we don't trust anyone else later in life is with parents, there is no history. You're born. I mean, what history can you have before you're born? You're born and you trust your parents. You trust your primary caregivers. With everyone else thereafter, as soon as you're born, everyone else thereafter, you have a history. You have a history with a friend, with a colleague, with a teacher, with a student, with a professional colleague, with your manager, with the leader, with whoever. With everyone, you have a history. Of course, history may be actual history that you interacted with somebody and had a bad equation, so you don't trust, or perceived history. This is what you've heard about the person, so you automatically start with an element of distrust. So history is one very crucial element of forming trust. The second is trust will take time to form. It is not going to happen. Like they say, love at first sight. There is no trust at first sight. Love may happen. Trust cannot happen at first sight. It builds incrementally, which means today, if you are at 10%, I mean, I'm just saying that for the sake of putting a number. On a scale of 1 to 100, you are at 10 with respect to trusting someone. It can become 20. It cannot become 80, 100 overnight. Not possible. And finally, it accumulates just like a bank balance account. If you keep putting money into your savings account and not withdraw, right? If you just keep putting money, it will accumulate. 100 rupees today, 200 tomorrow, 300 tomorrow. So it will slowly accumulate. Trust also takes time, but it accumulates, which also means that if you do something, or if you say something, or if you act in a way that diminishes trust, just like you go and pull money out of an ATM, trust will also come out. So your savings account reduces on its balance, trust also reduces on its balance. But the good thing about trust is, if you lose all your money, you can regain it. Same with trust. If you lose all the trust, also you can regain it. Maybe a little difficult, but it is possible. So it is not that once you lose trust, over for life, it is done. No. You may trust somebody fully today. Something happens. You completely don't trust this person. You can again start building. Second time you build it, there will be a history. You will be like, oh, okay, sure, not sure, whatever. But it is possible to build trust the second time, third time, the 100th time. The quality of trust may differ, but it is possible to build it. Okay. Now, we are OB students, so we need to also get into some of the science behind trust, right? So there are some elements of trust, and just to be able to remember it, let's call it the CLOC of trust. What is the CLOC of trust? It is when we are saying it takes time to form. It is not just going to happen by twiddling our thumbs. Just sit here and say we will form trust. No. You need to do something to form trust. The other side needs to do something to form trust. What is that something? Consistency, integrity, loyalty, openness, and competence. CLOC is how you trust. Now, if you enter an organization, you've been assigned a new manager. Just because the manager, is your manager by title, you're not going to trust the manager. You're going to trust the manager because your manager exhibits the elements of trust, which is CLOC: consistency, integrity, loyalty, openness, and competence. That is how you will trust someone. And when these things are missing, that is how you will mistrust someone. So somebody is not being loyal to you, trust will go down, because trust accumulates and deaccumulates also. So what goes up comes down in the case of trust. Now, that is one. Okay, this is how I will trust. But because we are also saying that trust builds incrementally. What is the incremental change in trust? So the first step in building trust is that trust is usually deterrence based. Deterrence based trust means you are afraid of a certain consequence. Therefore, you are trusting because you don't want the punishment associated with not trusting. That is deterrence based trust. But this level of trust is the first step, but you have to overcome it quickly. If you are here for too long, and if your relationship is based on deterrence only, then it is very fragile. It will break up anytime. But it is the first step. The first step to any trust building initiative is deterrence based. You are afraid of the consequences of not trusting. Therefore, you will trust. Okay. Then second, deterrence based needs to be overcome rather quickly. Second is knowledge based trust. Because you have some information, I will trust you. I'm not trusting you because I want to. I will trust you because I have overcome the deterrence associated with you. Now I'm not afraid. I am coming to you, or I'm trusting you because you have knowledge. You have information. Because of that, I am trusting you. Then the third, right, is identification based. Identification based trust is the ultimate true north of trust, where both parties are so emotionally aligned and attached to each other that they want to trust each other, and not just want to trust each other, they by default start trusting each other. So in the case of a parent-child, it straight away starts with identification based trust. You identify this person to be your primary caregiver, the mother, the father. Maybe, of course, in larger families, other grandparents, whatever. Identification based. For a child, straight away identify. There's no question of deterrence based. There's no question of knowledge. Straight away identification. But in the case of organizations particularly, you will see that you're moving from a deterrence based to a identification based. Now in organizations, identification based trust would be the ultimate to achieve, and that should be the endeavor. Most organizations today seem to operate at a deterrence based trust. Why? And the example I can give you is most leadership or not most leadership, but a large part of leadership happens on the fact that if I don't align with my leader, he will take steps to punish me. So I am afraid of the consequences of non-alignment and therefore I'll align. I'm afraid not to trust, therefore I will trust. It's purely deterrence based. The title, oh, Vice President of Sales, I have to align because Vice President, if I don't align, what will happen to my career? So it is said that most is deterrence based and therefore it shows up in so many ways. Attrition is so high. Leaders are being hired from outside. They're not able to do it from inside, right? So the point is deterrence based is happening mostly. And I would like you to sort of think about it also as to what is happening in your organizations. How are people trusting each other? Is it deterrence based? But a large number of good, especially now we are talking of mentoring, coaching, these concepts are coming up in leadership, right? So a lot of that is happening because of knowledge-based trust, wherein people are trusting the other side because he or she possesses vast amount of knowledge, which is where the trust relationship is building. But identification-based trust in organizations will make organizations from good to great. But far and few organizations can boast of the fact that there is a significant amount of identification-based trust between their employees and their leaders. Especially, you may see it happen in colleagues who have been working for 15, 20 years in the same organization. But there also enough and more evidence of mistrust has occurred. But it is possible that when I'm working with the same person for so long, there is a huge possibility that identification based, but it's rare to happen in organizations. And if it has happened, those organizations have definitely moved from being good to great. But mostly it is deterrence based, moving to knowledge based, and very rarely is it identification based.
I can also share something here, Niranjan.
Yes, please.
Sometime back, you had also asked modern day issues, or we were talking about authentic leadership. And then now, we are coming to this deterrence-based, deterrence-based trust. This, I think, if you closely observe, this when I did not have the names to some of these theories that they exist, we learn by observation, right? I remember that when COVID came, okay, and I'm talking about a leader who directly reports to a CXO, okay. So this person is the topmost person who owns the entire function for the whole organization. Okay, so this person, I have had the chance and opportunity to observe this person very closely and work with the person. And so I see that, they started talking the language of we trust our people and people can work from home and, they can be productive. And so all those narrative, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So definitely in those times, and it gave a lot of comfort to people, and they could see the productivity come up, in fact. And now when the organization is talking about, come back to office, work from office culture, so I see that same leader talking that you can't really work or be, genuinely productive at home, and, you need to come back office and you need to spend so many hours in the office and blah, blah, blah. So I actually, being the nature I have, little rebellious, I asked the person that sometime back you were talking this. Now you're talking this. What is your thought process about this? You are in such a big position and chair, right? What's your personal point of view in this? So this person actually tells me that, Deepti, there is nothing like a personal point of view. I have to talk the language our CXO is talking. So one, definitely I realized that this person genuinely had no thought process of his own. Okay. Second, I also realized that he was completely surrendered to, I will talk what my CXO will talk, probably with the underlying why was that if I don't align with leadership, I will be punished or I will be thrown off my position or where I am today. So I remember that in my role, I told him that, if you expect me to talk what you're talking now, I will say that organization is talking this, leadership is wanting this, hence I'm communicating this, but personally I don't believe in this. So he didn't have anything to respond to me at that point, okay, because in whatever that communication happened, I kind of I told him that I don't know, you don't seem to have a stand here in this situation. I have a particular perspective. I respect my view and I have a stand. So I'm okay to speak what the organization is speaking, but that doesn't mean that this is what I think or this is my personal point of view. So, I mean, since I had some kind of a safe space to this person, so I was able to debate out a point or even discuss at such a high level. Definitely, it wouldn't have been possible. I know, probably, barring one or two people, not many people have that liberty also to walk into, the cabin and pick up something like this and even talk or discuss or understand. But I was so much able to relate because when I was going through that emotion of, earlier this person was talking like this and now this person is talking like this, I was questioning authentic. Where is the authentic leadership? What is this person's point of view or whatever, are you really being authentic? Whether you were not believing in what you were telling earlier or you're not believing in what you're telling now, because you were earlier trying to completely discount the situation. We were in COVID situation, but they were telling that forget about COVID situation. Let's completely discount the COVID situation. We believe in you as our employees, no matter what the situation. That was the kind of narrative that was coming for work from home or whatever. And now when it has come back to office, work from office, the narrative, I've seen such a change over people's narrative. So I mean, some of these things, authentic leadership, when you
Yeah.
said communication has become a very important key, I had a little different point of view there, wherein I felt communication with action is the key aspect. Because these days we see some leaders being such fantastic communicators, but they don't act, the action, there is a cognitive dissonance. We discussed that word some lectures back. So say-do ratio is not there. So they are excellent communicators. They will charm you, but after a while, that while will differ from person to person. You will realize that there is some kind of a discrepancy between what this person comes and says versus how this person acts or what decisions he takes at a function level. So, I mean, then it's not communication is the key aspect, but communication with the equivalent action. I mean that cognitive. I don't know what is the opposite of dissonance, but whatever is the opposite of dissonance
Consonance.
is what. Yeah, so communication with the consonance is the key. Is what I
Yeah,
felt.
yeah, absolutely. So communication can be your style, but the way you do it based on the situation, I think, is what makes a difference. Okay, any other quick thoughts before we move to reflections and closing? And of course, it's a weekend, so you need some homework. So let's talk about that too. So there are two things I would like you to reflect, and like last time, we will divide into groups. That way, it does two things. One, there's more focused attention. Otherwise, everybody's talking about everything. Two, it also helps you guys to be able to like connect with each other and form a little, network there. So, I've just gone as per what I saw on the screen, the way I saw names on the screen. So, the first question that you could focus on for homework over the next couple of days is, evaluate in your organization, how is trust formed between a new hire and an existing manager? How is trust formed in your organization between a new hire and a manager? So the manager has hired a new hire. Now trust has to be formed, because we just learned that trust is something you build over a period of time. So the day one, it may be due to deterrence, but how do you build it and how do you make it better? So the first question, Inba, Abhishek, James, Anantapriya, Mahati, and Shachi. I think we have 11, 12 people. I think somebody is missing. If I miss somebody, let me know. For the first group, Inba, Abhishek, for the first question, Inba, Abhishek, James, Anantapriya, Mahati, and Shachi. You can try to address as a group, and since you have ways of communicating with each other, try to get together, see what you can do, like what you did last time also. How is trust formed in your organization between new hire and manager? So I'm obviously looking at how it is already being done and not so much about how it should be done. So we're not looking at any further models, looking at exactly how is it happening today. And if you think deeply, it is happening in some way or the other. Maybe it's not documented. So give it a thought and let's hear from you on Tuesday. Second group, which is Rama, Deepti, Sheena, Parthiban, and Pooja. Okay. So group 2 for question 2 is Rama, Deepti, Sheena, Parthiban, and Pooja. Have I missed someone? There is a, okay, that's somebody, that's a read AI meeting notes is not a participant, right? So anyhow, so these 5 individuals will answer the second question. And the second question is, evaluate your current leadership competency in your organization, real time. Evaluate your current leaders with respect to their leadership competency. And we have discussed several styles of leadership, competence. We have discussed all of that, right? So evaluate your current leaders with whatever we have discussed today. And come up with a plan if you had to design a training program for these individuals, right? What would that training program look like? A short, very small training program to address the leadership gaps of your current leaders with respect to what we have discussed in leadership today. And of course, feel free to combine motivation, personality, behavior from the past, but particularly evaluate your current leaders and suggest a training plan. And then of course, why you have the training plan also you have to discuss, but come up with a training plan. Training plan should not be more than, let's say, 3 or 4 key ideas as to how this training plan will help you overcome the leadership competency gaps. Okay. Any questions? Clear on the questions? So group 1, group 2, question 1, question 2.
So just the question is for group 1 is how trust is being built in the organization. I mean, currently.
Yeah, between a new hire. So I'm talking about somebody who's just come into the company and the manager of that new hire. Again, looking at real practices, not hypothetical or theoretical practices. Okay, so very quick reflection. Somebody wants to take a shot at doing a quick reflection, 2-minute reflection of everything we have been speaking so far since the morning. No? Want me to do it?
Lot of things actually.
Sorry?
Lot of things.
Wow. That's smart. Okay, so let me recap, but would really appreciate one of you also doing it going forward, because it helps to start making notes and stuff. So all
Shall
of you
I do
make
it?
notes during the class, or
Yeah.
is it memory based?
Notes.
Notes.
We are making
Taking
notes.
notes.
Writing or typing?
Writing.
Writing.
Okay, good.
Shall I do the reflection? If that's okay.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay. So we looked at contingency theory and how the leadership behavior is based on the style and also on the situation. We looked at two models, Fiedler model and Hershey and Blanchard model, where the Fiedler model deals with two styles and three situations. And the styles would be relationship oriented and task oriented. And the situations would be between the leader and member relationship, the task at hand, and the use of power in a positive way. And Hershey and Blanchard model talks about 4 leadership styles, but 2 situations: directive, supportive, participative, and achievement oriented. And the situation would be environmental factors and personal characteristics. And also, when you're talking about situations, it is based on how the leader defines the situation. Yeah, so the leadership style and the situation needs to be aligned. And we spoke about modern issues when it comes to leadership, where communication, where the vision needs to be articulated and not just communicated. And how, in order to be inspired, there's a lot of choices available, which leads to fatigue, which makes it harder to make a decision. And we spoke about ethics, how we choose a leader based on their personal standards, which is higher than us, the expectations that we place on them, and how trust and leadership is hard to build because a lot of access to information, which creates a lot of self-doubt, which makes it harder to trust. And then how people want more charismatic leaders and transformation leaders that have a positive effect on followers, and also authentic leaders who are more self-aware, which is a real big problem right now because of the perception of people, how they perceive authentic leaders to be. I think that's about leadership, and most probably we relate charismatic leaders to extroversion, but that doesn't have to be the case. So
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. Any last set of comments, questions before we close? All good? Great. So have a good weekend, have a resting weekend, have fun, do the homework, read, and yeah, please come back on Tuesday and we will have another topic and another problem to solve on Tuesday. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Niraja.
அண்ணா மறுபடியும் ஓட்டி சொல்லுங்க